direct. ¿Ahora se escucha? Sí, vale. Pues nada, sin más, un par de avisos antes de empezar.
Just a couple of things to say before you start. The computer is there for when you have some application to show, but all presentations and videos are all inside the system, so they'll just be shown. So I think we can start to have a welcome from Mary McBride from Donegal Town Council. We also have Ruben Goñi from the projectors, the government of Dr. and Aitor Lavarra. And I understand, can you hear okay? Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay.
Trailgazers. Tá maidin go brádan a bheith an seo chun an thunscail seo a taiispean díomhaniu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my Trailgazers colleagues both online and here in person, and distinguished guests. Thank you all for joining us here today in Navarra, in this beautiful region, for the Trailgazers closure event and conference. The Trailgazers project was based on the belief of offering an endless trail of possibilities when it was launched in Donegal in 2019. Donegal County Council has been the lead partner, with myself, Mary McBride, as the project manager. I have my team with me here today, Catherine McLaughlin, who is our assistant planner, Mary Daly is our communications officer, and Conor Lafferty, who is our administrative and financial officer. I am also delighted to have with us here today Loretta McNicholas. Loretta played a very instrumental role with the EU Funding Office in Donegal County Council in bringing this project to you here today, in terms of the application stage and her initial work on the project, and also the work that the Trailgazers partners have done. It was through this hard work that we brought this to bear fruit in front of you all here today. The project is co-financed under Priority 4, Enhancing Biodiversity and the Natural and Cultural Assets. It aligns with Programme Objective 4.2 in terms of enhancing the natural and cultural assets to stimulate economic development of the Interreg Atlantic Area Programme through the European Regional Development Fund. At the initial stages of development of the project, we met with our transnational partners, and it was to seek out new practices in terms of what would ultimately enable local communities to maximise the potential in terms of the growing trend in walking and hiking trails across Europe. This project provided exciting opportunities for both local and regional stakeholders. This included citizens, community groups, small businesses, tourism providers, schools, environmental agencies and public sector authorities to come together in terms of collaborating on how they could maximise the potential of this growing trend in walking and recreational trails across Europe, particularly in our rural areas. The last number of years has seen an expanded growth in terms of experiential travel. People are preferring now to spend their time seeking out holidays that bring personal experiences. And it has brought individuals to these off-track gems, the hidden gems that we all refer to. And also, it has really changed the concept of people in terms of what they want from a holiday, as opposed to what would have been your conventional type holiday. Travel is more now, as I said, about finding these hidden gems. It's about learning from the people in these local areas, their culture, experiencing their natural built and natural environments, and also embarking on voyages of self-discovery to bring about experience that will last long past the holiday. It's lifetime memories that we are in search of. Research has also indicated that people are very much looking towards these types of holidays and also in their everyday life for their physical and mental well-being. And I think we will all agree that COVID has taught us how beneficial the great outdoors is to us. It's an invaluable resource that we certainly can never take our eye off. The partnership believe that the growth in these walking and recreational type holidays and activities has huge potential to generate income for small rural communities. It also brings about helping to create jobs in hospitality and also our leisure sector, whilst also enhancing the attractiveness of these local areas for places that we can live, work and thrive in on a daily basis. The Trailgazers project set out to examine the contribution that investment into walks and recreational activities and trails makes to the local economy. I've wanted to look at developing new and innovative ways to encourage visitors off the path into the surrounding areas and rural communities, to immerse themselves in the culture, the culinary and the life experiences that is to be had in these areas. Our partnership is made up of 10 partners from different regions, ourselves in Ireland and Sligo in Ireland, the UK, Spain, Portugal and France. This team of people have been passionate about examining how the right type of investment in walks and trails can grow our small rural communities, increase the number of visitors and future-proof community trail plans to protect the natural assets that bring us to these areas and also the cultural assets. We engaged with local businesses, communities, interested parties on how we could grow together to find new initiatives that would encourage the visitor off the trail into areas such as the local pubs, the hotels, the shops, the artisan markets, our cultural activities. But also we wanted to create new virtual tourism experiences that we could present to the wider audience, not just the people that visit us on a daily basis. We also wanted to look at introducing sustainable community trail plans. These trail plans are very much about protecting the assets, the basic assets that we have, our natural beauty in these landscapes, and we need to harness and protect them for future generations. Today, our team, the partnership, the Trailgazers partnership, have come here to present to you the various work packages. I think everybody in the room can agree that our communication partner, Navarra, have played an outstanding role. And just to inform you that as part of the project, we have been selected for a Chambers Ireland Award, which is one of the highest awards that you can achieve for a local authority, and we have received that, or we're shortlisted on the basis of our communications work. We will also be presenting to you the capitalisation of the project through the Louvain de Dessert. We will look at the knowledge exchange and dissemination through our partner Merthyr Tydfil Borough Council. We will look at the data capture, which was our partner through Glasgow Caledonian University. The trail technology will be shown to you through the University of Ulster. The Calculating the Trail Multiplier is the University in the Algarve, the UALG. And Donegal County Council will present to you the community trail plans, which we have worked again collaboratively with all of the partners. All of these work packages do not work independently. They are a collaboration of everybody that sits on the partnership. We will present to you the key outputs and activities that we have achieved through the project. You will also have an opportunity to take a virtual tour on our trails. And I think everybody in the room will be blown away by the work that the partnership have done. The work that they have done promotes, enhances, preserves, and aims to safeguard these precious trails. I can assure every one of you that you will be brought on a voyage of discovery today. And it will implant new ideas, new initiatives, methods of best practice that will help inform your work going forward in terms of trail plans and policy development. Thank you very much.
Bueno, Principios, egun on guztioi.
First, I was supposed to welcome you and give you and introduce everyone. So I just wanted to today we're concluding the Trail GRAZERS project, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the project. It's been a complex times to carry it through with the pandemic and so on, but we have achieved technological tools and different complexes, and it's also served to for a static for infrastructure like Plazaola. It's given it this very dynamic process. So I'm just going to introduce Ruben Goñi, who's the Director General of Strategic Projects of the Navarre government, and he, I'm sure, will be able to say a lot more about this. Thank you. Basically, from the government of Navarre, the perspective that we have this kind of project and cooperation with other agents and other territories, which what they do is improve the itineraries that we have in one of the projects that the government defined, which is the Explorer network in Navarre, where we bring together different spaces that have this challenge. This resource, so that this resource of our territory will be a resource for local development and also for sustainable development. I think that today this is something that is increasingly has to be taken into account, and the Plazaola tourist complex. I want to thank Larraun, Lecumberri, and all the other administrations and private and public institutions that have cooperated in this. What we had was a challenge of an infrastructure that attracts a lot of visitors and creates opportunities for the inhabitants of the valleys. As our colleague said before, it's a driver of development, because not any kind of development is interested, and we don't want to have an infrastructure which is abandoned or not dynamic. Some people say that you have to make it more dynamic. Some other people say that what you have to do is shake the territory. I think that the work that you have done and that you're presenting today here is truly interesting. I think that you have already set out the tools and that contribute by the new technologies and the analysis and study with the participation of returns and with the presence of visitors. Also, the aspect of custody of the territory. I think in the Plazaola consortium, you're doing that so that you have the participation of different players and persons cooperating. Also, you have gotten companies, service providers, and to work in a network. And that's why our network here works really well in this sense. We sometimes don't share these things. So this project is going to allow us to transfer, to share, to create that network, support network of the different spaces. And I also want to underscore the role of Nasubinsa Dusarea, who is the development agency in our territory, right now with the Department of Tourism and Natural Clima and other projects. They have known how to, project by project, we should know how to share all these roads. And here I want to underscore our relations with Natural Clima and Euloberse Lobby, and all from a European perspective. Navarre, Larraun, Plazaola, Lecumberri, this whole area here is positioned within Europe. It's doing so with some members who share and who are going to give us the opportunity to continue working. We understand that the project is ending here, and we're closing a cycle, but I imagine it's our desire as the government of Navarre to continue working on further European projects, and we want to support all the future projects so that we can develop better these tools. I know that you have different activities which have been scheduled to know these and leave those trails and explore those resources. And in our case, very interesting resources from an environmental viewpoint, also from the point of view of landscape, heritage, and with projects which I have been seen in here with a lot of participation. For example, the recovery of old buildings such as mills, more historical recoveries as well. Also, biodiversity. We're recovering the seeds, chestnut seeds. So this whole heritage that we have in our area. So we hope that you enjoy it and that you have a very fruitful day.
Bueno, pues, ¿se oye? ¿Sí? Muchísimas gracias a los tres. Ahora, si queréis, podéis bajar a...
Thank you. We're going to hear Mary Daly now, who is going to show a way of marketing these roads in the Atlantic area. We'll also have we have Michael from Sligo, Mauro, and Goda, please.
Al socio de Mercy que iba a presentar buenas prácticas para desarrollar materiales de turismo virtual porque están online y todavía no se han podido conectar. Entonces, Mary Daly nos va a presentar una guía de 10 pasos para promocionar los caminos del arco atlántico. Y seguido pasaremos ya a, de hecho, presentar esos caminos con 3 de los itinerarios. Y después, cuando acabéis, subirán los representantes de los otros caminos para hacer también sus presentaciones. Yo os voy avisando de todo, no os preocupéis, ¿vale? Mary, it's on you.
Thank you very much, Maria. So I'm just, my name is Mary Daly, as Maria said, and I work with Donegal County Council under the communications element of the project. So what I'm going to do this morning is just take you through, I suppose, from the outset of the project, what we did in terms of the guide to marketing Atlantic area trails and under trailgazers. So at the outset of the project, we developed key marketing principles. Now, these principles were used to set out an approach, an overall approach for trailgazers and for our project, so that there was a consistent theme across all marketing and that each partner used a similar path. Trailgazers Partnership committed to working together to develop and implement guiding principles with the aim to raise awareness of our 8 pilot trails. So what considerations had we to take into account for our key marketing principles of our trails? Well, focus needed to be on linking each individual trail site, the regional sites, and then our 8 pilot Atlantic trailgazer sites. Special consideration was given to the unique experiences, and Mary alluded to this earlier, that are available and can be offered in these rural locations. Specific consideration was given to the target audience, which of course is the walker and the cyclist, or persons with a love of the great outdoors. So any material needed to focus on how economies surrounding the trails can benefit from slow tourism based on promoting the natural, cultural and built assets of each trail site. Material focused on the overall conservation and protection of each trail site for future generations to enjoy. And it is recognised, and trailgazers recognised, that there's a wide range of people walking and cycling for a varying range of reasons, including health and exercise, leisure and recreation. So what was the main purpose of setting out these guiding principles? Well, the main purpose of these guiding principles was to explore new and innovative ways to market our trails and to tap into the new target audiences across the Atlantic area. And we did this by using new technologies that were soundly based on shared knowledge throughout the partnership, experiences and evidence. The views and experience of those affected by it, so we were taking in the views and considerations of our users, our walkers and our cyclists. And we did this through a number of different, through our surveys, our user surveys. We had innovative and creative options for local trail businesses, opportunities, and this should be highlighted and considered. And these were all developed through our business to consumer initiatives under our capitalisation. Marketing materials which were consistent of the existing look and feel for the Trailgazers brand. And the set of principles can be applied to any walks or recreational trails in each partner region. And really that was very important, that everything we did under Trailgazers project could be adapted to any trail in our partner regions. So our key promotional messages. So looking at the people that we were, the messages that we wanted to explore under the Trailgazers project. So niche tourism segment, our walkers, our cyclists, and the people who love the outdoors. So niche tourism is a specialised tourism. It's geared to people who are especially interested in the outdoors and walking and cycling in particular. Cycle tourism is a growing niche market, with walking more popular. The tourism industry has sought to capture new customer base by developing more sophisticated information technology in order to offer specific experiences aimed directly at consumers who are known to want to explore these experiences, and by target marketing. Tourism trends, slow tourism and sustainable tourism, and Mary alluded to this earlier. The last number of years, as Mary said, has seen a growth in experiential travel, with people now seeking to spend their holidays in more meaningful ways and personal experiences. And these beautiful locations offered by our trails, which are often perceived off the beaten track. And that's what people want to. And I think these trends will continue now post-COVID, more so than ever, with people looking for the hidden gems rather than the more traditional holiday locations. Looking at slow tourism is based on the concept of speed, and it enjoys travelling for prolonged periods of time at a slow pace, allowing the tourist to enjoy a deep, authentic and cultural experience. It's an alternative tourism form. Slow travel is typically associated with sustainable practices and taking into consideration the impacts of travel on the environment, society and economy. And this was central to the Trailgazers project. Sustainable tourism, it's selective targeting of customers and of tourists that has been proposed as an approach to sustainable destination management, applying the VICE model, for example, that the visitor, the industry and the community and of course the environment is central to that. Explores the impact of tourism, keeping environmental sustainability as the main point of reference. The health benefits of walking and cycling. Physical activity is important for people of all ages and abilities. Being active helps people prevent heart disease, stroke and high blood pressure, reduces the risk of developing different types of diabetes and cancers, and helps build and maintain healthy bones, muscles and joints, and promotes psychological well-being. In addition to physical activity, energy levels, reduces stress and helps to maintain a healthy body weight. So that's nature-based recreation such as walking and cycling has strong potential to improve mental health outcomes in area of general well-being, resilience, restoration and cognition, with some potential for decreasing symptoms of anxiety, stress and depression. So that's an important element, and that was an important element going forward in relation to our different activities that we did on our trails. Then, of course, the capitalisation or the economic benefit to the surrounding catchment area and local employment. So the growth of walking and recreational activity has huge potential to generate income for rural areas, helping to create more jobs in the hospitality and leisure sectors, while also enhancing the attractiveness of the regions as places to live, work and thrive. Business to consumer initiatives encourage visitors off the trail to explore what the wider hinterland has to offer, such as the cafes, the craft shops, the artisan foods, the hotels, pubs, historical places of interest, the environment, etc. And then our last key promotional message was the conservation and the protection of our trail sites. So Trailgazers' aim was to provide managed or safe access for visitors to these important environmental sites so that they don't damage the very assets that they have come to see. This element formed an essential part of different aspects of our project, in particular our trail care packs, for example. So as Mary said earlier, Trailgazers was funded under Measure 4.2, and everything that we did on Trailgazers at Inch and indeed on all our sites was about sustainably increasing tourism numbers through our different campaigns, and of course our sensor data that has been developed on all our pilot sites will now show our footfall numbers and how they have increased over the lifetime of the project. So how did we promote Trailgazers? Some of these are in general and some then are particularly for Inch. So of course at the outset of the project we had the Trailgazers brochure, the project brochure. We had our website, which of course is trailgazers.eu. And in addition to the website, we had the information available through links on other relevant and partner websites. And this was to maximise the reach of our information. The Trailgazers e-sign, which was developed through our communications partners in Navarra. On Inch, we developed podcasts. We had the Lost Stories, which then formed an integral part of the Lost Stories app, which was developed through Mauro. We had key promotional message videos, which we did as our B2C initiative, showing, for example, where we are, asking people to stay a while and slow tourism, the health benefits and the culinary delights, the farming, the local restaurants, the seafood and the conservation. And all of those key promotional message videos relate back to the key promotional messages we developed for the project. We developed a unique character, a 3D character, Inchy. Our site in Donegal is called Inch Levels, and it's part of it is freshwater and then part of it is the sea, and there's an embankment between both. So we developed our own Loch Inch monster, and this is him here. This is our Inchy. So he formed part of our promotional material as well, but also help us develop our key promotional message of conservation and education of our younger people as well in particular. The trail care packs, of course, which were developed through our partners in France. Then there was the newspaper, local radio and national TV press releases promoted the project and different activities we were doing on the project. Our social media platforms, of course, through Maria and Annabelle, project partners, platforms and indeed the partner platforms were vital for the promotion of each trail site. our smartphone app, the Lost Stories and Legends, which of course Mauro will take you through. Information boards on all sites and prime locations in local towns and villages, encouraging footfall into the trail sites. Improved directional signage to all trails. And then lastly, our community trail ambassador events, which were really integral to the importance of the Trailgazers project, and I look at them in more detail. So our partnerships, this was very important. A key element of the promotion of our trails was the ability to piggyback on existing tourism initiatives, platforms and routes. So for example, in Donegal, we were able to piggyback on, we'll say, existing Fáilte Ireland, Wild Atlantic Way campaigns, Donegal Tourism, Go Visit Inishowen, the School of Tourism in our local colleges, also linking with Healthy Ireland and the Health Authority in Ireland, the HSE, local businesses, local walking groups, and of course the North West Greenway in Donegal. You know, then for other partners such as Sligo, they linked with Sligo Walks, and I know Michal will allude to this earlier or later, and again the Wild Atlantic Way and Fáilte Ireland. So partnerships are a key element of piggybacking on existing platforms. Collaboration as well with key stakeholders in tourism, health and local businesses in each region formed a vital resource, and a lot of this happened through our Community Trail Ambassador events. Establishing business, tourism and community networks working in harmony with the trail site in trialling our B2C initiatives to encourage visitors off the sites and into towns and villages to explore and to spend. So looking at our Community Trail Ambassador Programme. So Trailgazers encouraged widespread participation in Community Trail Ambassador Programme. This was done by organising Community Trail Ambassador events on each trail and animating local people to become Community Trail Ambassadors or custodians of these natural trail sites. Trailgazers' aim was to reignite ambition for the area, that one person can make a difference and become the difference in their community. So locals were key to the project. Community Trail Ambassador events were very important as locals were key to the success of the project. Several different types of events were organised across the partnership to assist the setting up of ambassadors from local community around each trail site. These varied from different regions, from walks and talks, cycle events, local markets, exhibitions, to fun events which were aimed at children. So the Community Trail Ambassador objective was to set up a group of Community Trail Ambassadors comprising of figureheads in the community who have dual functions. And they were, one, to promote the economic, environmental and health benefits of the selected trails locally to local businesses, citizens, schools, health providers, environmental protection agencies, etc. And secondly, to promote the trails both nationally and internationally using vital trail material developed via national or international networks or established tourism brands. So looking at some of our events, I have some pictures of some of the events, and this was some pictures from our Community Trail Ambassador workshop on La Palma. Then we had our Lost Stories workshop, which was in March 2020 in Donegal, and this formed the basis for our Lost Stories app and for our points of interest around our trail that we developed later in the project. There was Community Trail Ambassadors events in Louvain in France. They had walks and talks. And we had our spin and chat on Inch, and this coincided with Bike Week, where we had adventurer Jason Black, a cyclist, led the cycle around Inch. We had Bill Vaughan from Mental Health Ireland and John Meehan from the HSE speaking at the event in terms of health and well-being and the mental health benefits to cycling and to the great outdoors. So the rationale, as I say, for hosting this event was one of the key promotional messages, and everything related back to our key promotional messages was health benefits of walking and cycling. And as I said, physical activity is very important, not only for your physical health, but also for your mental health. So our community trail ambassador events, what did they do for trailgazers? Well, they develop and they raise awareness of the Trailgazer brand. They promote trailgazers at the event, pre the event and post the event. Key promotional message was delivered. So the health benefits of walking, hiking and cycling, for example, from this event. The key promotional message also of the niche tourism segment, the walkers, cyclists and those with a great love of the great outdoors. They also drive traffic to our social media channels and to our website. They provide us with local media publicity pre and post the event. And also it gives us an opportunity to collaborate with key stakeholders. For example, at this event, it was with the National HSE Office, the National Governing Body for Mental Health Ireland, the National Bike Week and Donegal Sports Partnership. So it will enable us to communicate our objectives of the project with all these key stakeholders. In Sligo County Council, as I said, they link with Sligo Walks, and this is a number of pictures from some of their community trail ambassador events, from the different walks and talks, and I know Michal will allude to these afterwards, but these are just some pictures from some of our events in Sligo. This was another event in Donegal. It was Trailgazers and Inchy, of course our own, as I said, friendly Loch Inch monster. We had a fun-filled walk for children coming up to Christmas in 2021, not 2022, but 2021, and they learned how to, I suppose, explore the outdoors, but also conservation was a key message there. In terms of appreciating what they had around them. More community trail ambassador events on our different trails. And this is some community trail ambassador events from the Platzaula Greenway. Maria, these are some beautiful photographs that we would have received from some of your events. This is another one that we had in Donegal, which was put a spring in your step with trailgazers. So this was all about the changing seasons, and we had a local expert from Nature Northwest lead a group of people out, and it promoted the key promotional message again of conservation, respect for nature and outdoors, and again gave us the opportunity to promote trailgazers. So that's why these events were so important to the project. This is a walk on the Sacred Mountain. So looking then at the capitalisation, what's new, and Donegal's role in terms of what we're... So one of the central aims of this project was to learn new ways of developing and managing our walking trails in a way that sustainably developed the rich natural environmental heritage that surrounds each trail site for future generations to enjoy, but also to increase employment and rural development. And to this end, we produced a report, of course, on stakeholder engagement with all partners. A methodology was developed by our partners in France to animate workshops with businesses that was created. And then, of course, with our partners in Scotland, we had the implementation of our trail user surveys. Now, this was, of course, curtailed due to the coronavirus, but we were able to, and it was very important that we were able to capture 4 seasons of surveys. So what was new? Trailgazers looked at examples, of course, of tourism, B2C initiatives. They held one-to-one meetings with trail lead partners to identify and determine their expectations from the B2C initiatives. All partners were implementing the Community Trail Ambassador Programme, as you could see from all the pictures from the different trails, and 58 trail care packs were produced. So Donegal's role in this, well, we developed bespoke trail care packs. We have the Flora and Fauna and the Lost Stories of Inch. The Community Trail Ambassador events, and of course I spoke about them, we had different examples of those. B2C workshops with local businesses, and working with Fáilte Ireland in relation to their destination management plan for Inishowen, and in relation also to the legacy and the research that has been carried out by Trailgazers. And in particular, we've been working with Fáilte Ireland, Ireland's National Tourism Authority, in relation to the research that they're embarking on to put a value on the investment that's carried out on our trails. And I know Mary McBride has been working, and the team in Donegal, we've been working, and other partners as well, with Gary MacLeod from Fáilte Ireland. And Mary, you might want to say a few words just in relation to the work that we're doing with Fáilte Ireland.
Yeah, so I suppose, one of the big outcomes that we want out of the project is the whole capitalisation. Okay.
Yeah.
So we want to capitalise on the project, and one of our main aims in Donegal and across the partnership was not just to have it on a local basis, but also to bring it to that national level, because it gives the project that recognition that we all strive for. Through our work with Gary MacLeod in Fáilte Ireland, and also BDO, they are with us live online here today as well. We have collaborated with them. We're working with UALG, GCU and the University of Ulster. And what Fáilte Ireland are doing is they are looking at how they can establish what is the value in terms of their greenways. And greenways, again, going back on everything that Mary has said, they are of extreme importance and becoming more important. And it was a great opportunity for us, because while we have progressed in our journey, Fáilte Ireland are at their infancy. And it's not about reinventing the wheel, it's about taking what we've already done and applying it. So the Trailgazers project has given Fáilte Ireland a massive opportunity to collaborate, not just within Ireland, but also on that transnational forum, and that's what we want to achieve. And again, I think that it's an opportunity. And we will be presenting tomorrow the toolkit that we're developing for the project. And Fáilte Ireland are very excited by that toolkit, because it is a one-stop shop that organisations, local groups can use if they're at that infancy step, and they can tap into all the toolkits, the best practice that we have developed through the project. And also, it's important in any project that we don't just look at what our achievements are, we also look at what the downfalls, what were the pitfalls, because it's important that we learn, and sometimes that's the biggest lessons that we learn in life, is where we fell down, because that gives us the push to step back up. And I look forward to Fáilte Ireland working with UALG, GCU, University of Ulster, and also ourselves. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary. And I think maybe Gary is online. If Gary, you want to say a few words in relation to the work that you have been doing. No. Okay. So I suppose that just, from my perspective, that just took us through, I suppose, some of the key marketing principles and why it was so important for the Trailgazers project at the outset to agree on our key promotional messages of the project and what they were, and then that they, I suppose, showed for the rest of our time on the project that they were central to everything that we did, from our Community Trail Ambassador programme, from our different campaigns, that they formed the basis of that. So thank you very much. And this is a beautiful picture of Inch, and Inchy might appear somewhere on it. And my name again is Mary Daly, and Donegal County Council. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
A ver ahora. Pues muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much, Mary. We'll now give the floor to Michael, who will present the trail they have in Sligo, Knocknacarra, Clisburn. And then we have Goda and Maro, who will present the Algarve trail. So I'll give you the floor.
Tá mí dána bhuiachas an cura a thug sibh doing le bheith an sothaniuh. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone, and on behalf of the people of Sligo, we're very grateful for the welcome that you have given us here today. We're very satisfied for being in such a beautiful place in Leguberi. Thank you very much.
To introduce myself, so my name is Micheál O'Donnell, and along with my colleagues, Michael Clark, who's Cathaoirleach of Sligo County Council, Michael Carty and Sorcha Sheehy from Sligo County Council. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the walks that have been developed in Sligo. And in particular, we have a video which is going to do much more explaining than what I can do here this afternoon. So if you can give me a couple of moments. Some of you may not be familiar with Sligo, which I'm going to tell you a little bit about before we watch the video. So a couple of quick points about Sligo. So Sligo is located directly beside Donegal, to the south of Donegal in the northwest of Ireland, the most beautiful corner of the country, I think we'll all agree. And it's also something that I'm very proud of, that we can say we call our home. There are a number of things about Sligo that I think are very important and that I think are very good selling points why people would come to visit. And I'm making a pitch here today to all of you to come to visit Sligo at some point in the future. So the first is, we consider Sligo to be the home of traditional Irish music. So it was the birthplace of a very famous fiddle player called Michael Coleman, who emigrated from Sligo to New York in 1914, became the first international gramophone recorded fiddle player, and his music went all over the world and continues to be played today. The second thing is Sligo has a unique association with the famous poet W.B. Yeats, who, although he wasn't born in Sligo, spent much of his life in Sligo, and much of the poetry that he wrote, for example, the Lake Isle of Innisfree, down by the Sally Gardens, etc., poetry that's known and taught in schools all over the world, were written expressly around places that he visited in Sligo when he was there. The third thing is that just this weekend in Sligo, we commemorate the Spanish Armada. So what you may or may not know, and this is another link between our countries, is that in Sligo and indeed in Donegal there are several shipwrecks from the Spanish Armada which sank in 1588, and we commemorate the lives of the people who were lost there. And I suppose the final thing, and maybe the most important thing in relation to the talk here today, is about the Neolithic landscape of County Sligo. So this has the direct link with the walks that have been developed. So in the first instance, on the top of Knocknarea, and you'll see this in the video, you will see an enormous stone cairn. So a cairn is the Irish for a heap of rocks. So it would have been built in the form of a grave maybe 5,000 years ago. So when the first people settled in Ireland, they may have come in through Donegal. They settled elsewhere in the country, including in Sligo. And when it came to burying their dead, they built these enormous stone mounds that are dotted all over the landscape in County Sligo, mainly on the tops of hills. So we don't fully understand them. Certain excavations have been found, hugely interesting items, including, as I say, the passage tomb, which they're called, on the top of Knocknarea. And at the moment, all of the passage tombs in Sligo are subject to an application for UNESCO World Heritage Site status. So we hope that that'll be achieved in the next number of years. So before I introduce the video, I just want to say a couple of things about the walks themselves. So Sligo County Council and other statutory partners developed the Knocknarea and Calaspaghbrone looped trails. So these are complementary interlinked walks. So they're two separate walks that you can walk separately or you can walk them together. If you walk them together, there are approximately 15 kilometers of trails along very distinctive and different types of terrain. So Knocknarea, for example, is upland, so it's up in the mountains. Calaspaghbrone beneath hugs the Atlantic coast. It's on the Wild Atlantic Way, which you will all be familiar with, I'm sure. On Knocknarea, you have the passage tomb that I mentioned, which is called Queen Maeve's Cairn, which is reputed to be the site of where a famous mythological queen of the region was buried. And it's never been excavated, so we're never quite sure who exactly is buried underneath. And Calaspaghbrone, by contrast, even though it has some very interesting features, you know, architecturally and archaeologically, it's more famous for the flora and the fauna, which is unique in that particular area. So I know these have all been key elements in terms of, say, what Trailgazers was trying to promote. So now to our video. I've talked enough, which I hope will explain much better than I the beauty of Sligo and our centrepiece walk, Knocknarea and the Killaspug Brone Looped Trail. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Gracias, Goda.
Goda and Maura, now you have the floor. First, Goda will explain a bit about the 7 valleys, and we'll have to see a couple of videos. And then Maura will briefly show you that trail through a mobile application that they've created.
My name is Goda. I'm from University of Algarve, from Portugal, with my colleague Mauro. Can we have videos of the trail so that I will talk and explain and with the background, and please without sound, if possible. So our study case, it's called 7 Hanging Valleys, is one of the most popular trails in Portugal, located in the southern region of Algarve. As you know, Algarve is the host for many tourists for sun and sea destination. More than 40% of all visitors in Portugal come to Algarve due to spectacular landscapes, beautiful coastals and beaches. However, recently municipalities decided that the nature-based tourism development has to be initiated, and they started to invest in the trails Today in Algarve we have over 30 recreational trail network. As an opportunity to discover nature and also to provide an alternatives to sun and sea recreation, so that visitors will be more familiar with the natural beauty of Algarve. Seven Hanging Valleys Trails is located next to the municipality of Lagoa. It's a small town, but the municipality recently became one of the most rich and the most luxurious destinations. So the trail is 6 kilometer length. It's a linear trail which connects 7 valleys with different beaches and natural and cultural heritages. The trail is mainly visited in summertime, of course, since most of the tourists come from a beach and explore these cliffs. As we counted, the trail receives over 500 visitors per day, and special occasions over 2,000 visitors per day. So it's extremely crowded and massively visited. The municipality invests over 300,000 euros in these trails, and they allocate every 30,000 per year to maintain and improve the quality with new signs, safety measures, information provided, and etc. It is publicly managed trail, so it doesn't cross any reserves or privately owned lands. However, the local managers are mainly concerned with the environmental conservation, because this amount of visitors are not controlled. There is no entrance fee, so that's the main concern, how we can preserve the natural environment and ecosystems around, which is the main attraction in the area. Mauro will present the video.
So you are seeing now the application that was developed during this project. It was an opportunity to develop this. It's something that will stay. I don't know if now it's stopped. You stopped the video. You can continue. So this is one output that will be available after the project, so that other partners can join. So you have a map where you can see different trails, and I will show you that we already have other partners using this output of this project, and it's open to other possibilities that you can join. This is, for example, a trail by another entity, not in this project, that is making eco-botanical trail. Here we have the list of points of interest of that trail, and then the visitor can explore. This is a gamified application where the visitor wins points when they visit the places, and you see here the complete list of possible points of interest in this eco-botanical, for example. And then the visitor has to go to the place to discover this information. And you can access this information when you go to the place using geolocation position. It means that you don't need to have any local information in the place, any intrusive information, or you can use QR codes. You can use these inside a museum or outdoors. Here we see, for example, information about these plants related to medical uses, other uses. You can have photos, you can have videos, you can have sounds that you collect from people. Here, for example, we don't have sound. Maybe we can have the sound now, please, Maria.
Que a flor do monte era o alecrim. Hoje já não canto nada presta.
So with the participation of locals, and here we have another trail. It's from about 8,000 years ago, where we have, for example, created animation videos to recreate ancient times. So this is to show you also not only the trail that was in our project, the 7 Hanging Trail that I will show you next, but also that we are open to participation of other entities. So we see an animation created to replicate ancient times. To show that this is an output of this project, but it is available for other institutional organizations for free. And now I will show you the 7 Hanging Valleys Trail, which is the trail of this project, where we can see here the visitor, when comes to a place, he can see what he can visit, what is available for him to visit. So these are the several points of interest of this trail, and then the visitor starts visiting the place. The first point is the Marinha Beach, where you get some information, and at any time this is what is available.
Time is barely on our side.
It's a very beautiful beach with cliffs.
The storms we chase are leading us.
It's not possible to have many people, it's a small beach, but very many people want to come here. And then the visitor can play and can navigate to the next point of interest. You see that it was red. It means that it was not uncovered, because the visitor has to go there to see the information related to the place. There is already many information available in the internet, but this information is only available for those visitors that are visiting the place. We want them to come to visit the places. So you can have videos available. And we try to make videos to show the viewpoint from the sea, because many times visitors are coming from the land, and in this trail we wanted to capture, using a drone, videos showing what you see from the sea. We can have some photos. Here are some photos. This is a very looked point of interest because it looks like an earth. And we go to the next place to visit now, the Benazil Cave, which is very popular, very famous, as you will understand why. This is also the viewpoint from the seaside, which normally the visitors they don't see. There is a hole in the land. This was a very challenging video because at certain point the drone was off the range because it was underneath the cave, as you will see in the next step. So the drone was going down. Here it was okay because you could have information from the satellite to pilot the drone. But this was challenging now because he was going under the cave entrance. At a certain point, no connection with the drone, but fortunately the pilot was killed and it was everything okay. So many tourists come here to visit this place because it's very unique. Many people do paddle here too. And here it's also possible to have in this application like a centralized and to store all the information related to points of interest. For example, this was a video that we found from from Latvia, I think from Latvia, participating in the Euro Festival, that she was making the trail to introduce her in the contest, coming to the Benagil Cave. And so we can gather all the information that is related to one point of interest and to make this available for visitors. So it can be constitute a place of storage of knowledge about this trail. That's the goal that we want. That's why we call it the Lost Stories, because we want to have here all the stories related to cultural, material, and the immaterial cultural heritage. So this is the beach connected to this Benagil now beach. It's a very small village, very small beach, but with these cliffs, very, very beautiful. And then it's another beach. This is the way to go to the beach. It's very different also. You have a narrow door to go to the beach, and then you have this is the beach. It's a very small beach also, but you have to go through this narrow door, which is also very typical, very different. It's like going into a flat. This is the lighthouse that was shown before too. So you see all these videos that were made, they are made available in an application, so that is not somewhere in the internet. It's something that when the visitors go to the place, they can see this. And now we go to the last point of this trail. So it's another beach. And in the way, the visitors can also answer some questions that are made related to these points of interest, and they win points. So they want to be, it's a kind of challenge for them to get the points, to be in the ranking, and these type of things everyone likes to do. And it's also possible to give awards for them, which can be also physical awards. So this is the visit, and we come to the end. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Before you get up, let's show the Donegal inch levels video, and then we'll move on to the Castelló videos that are connected online, so that Piana, Jorge, you can see it wherever you are. Let's go on to watch the Sligo videos.
Greenan is one of those places that I suppose ultimately, is it lived in? Is it defensive? Is it to do with astronomy? Is it to do with ritual? And it's all of those things, I think, to be quite honest, at different periods. Is it a royal house? Greenan of Islay means the stone house of the sun, so therefore it's not very hard to imagine that built them thousands of years ago, that it is actually to do with sun worship. But it obviously becomes a capital of a kingdom, and when the Kinnell when they move, when it at last a royal house really in the 1100s, when it's sacked, and actually, believe it or not, they move, and it's McLaughlin's the sceptre of that, they move to Erney in County Tyrone, but they kind of move up the Foyle because there's always a water element. If you look, stand at Greenan, you can see the Swilly one end, and then you can see up the Foyle. We're talking about O'Doherty's here when you come to Burt, and you come to the clan, I suppose, of Inishowen of this area, and you're talking periods really from Well, I mean, Inch does show some evidence archaeologically from probably the 12th century, but in terms of being lived, as you're talking about the 1500s and you're talking about the 1700s. So you've got, you know, three magnificent castles within, or castle, I suppose, Greenan really, within the one landscape. And the parish is actually called the parish of Burt, Inch and Fawn. We're in Burt here, Inch Island there, and Fawn, another very interesting place round the corner, obviously associated with the monastic period, early monasticism as well. So, yeah, it's a pretty magical place.
It's in the northwest, so Inch Levels, it's in the northwest corner of Ireland in County Donegal, which of course was named the National Geographic coolest place on the planet. So in Donegal, it's the coolest place on the planet, the most place wanted to be visited. So the Inch Trail is made up of reclaimed land. It's linked to the mainland by two embankments. Now, just in relation to our videos, and you've already seen one, this was an example of one of the videos we did for the Lost Stories, and that was in relation to An Grianán of Alec, which is one of the points of interest on our Lost Stories app. We developed 14 promotional videos for Inch under this project, and today we wanted to showcase, I suppose, two of the videos and one then that we did at a Community Trail Ambassador event. So 12 of the videos showcased the points of interest or the lost stories associated with the area, and also the key promotional messages. So inviting people to stay a while, slow tourism, looking at our B2C initiatives, looking at our restaurants and hotels. And also we had an overall project video, and then we created a video at one of our Community Trail Ambassador events as well. So we're now going to look at the project video, which is the overall project video, and if you look very closely at the end, you might see a friendly monster. Donegal County Council's Trailgazers project presented a fun-filled 8-kilometre cycle around the beautiful Inch Levels Wildfowl Reserve on the southern tip of Inishowen as part of National Bike Week 2021. Everyone shared a laugh and a smile in glorious sunshine, and after the cycle, listened as adventurer Jason Black shared his personal journey to better mental health and the incredible benefits, both physically and mentally, of being engaged in Mother Nature in Donegal.
Little did I ever think that the journey starting out in Donegal as a 5 or 6 year old young boy, as a Cub Scout, would ever bring itself full circle to stand on the summit of Mount Everest or K2, or to be racing some of these phenomenal races around the world. And, you know, I mean, I'm blessed to have had it. I mean, it wasn't an easy journey by any stretch of the imagination. I had a serious battle to go through, and I still have a daily battle to go through in relation to mental health and to protecting myself from the effects of anxiety, and the way that I do that, my expression is through nature. I really appeal to people to really get out and to enjoy the urban jungle, and to really embrace Donegal, to embrace the trails.
John Meehan, Assistant National Director for Mental Health, HSE, and the head of the National Office for Suicide Prevention, outlined the recent research data in relation to the benefits of exercise.
After 3 weeks of physical, be it walking, running, cycling, swimming, whatever is your physical activity of choice, it has a real positive effect on your mood and on your anxiety levels, if that's part of some of the symptoms you're experiencing.
John further outlined details of a new 24-hour text line.
In the event that somebody requires an intervention and they really don't know where to go, your GP is your first port of call, and that's so important. However, a lot of crises happen out of hours, and the HSE has set up a crisis text line, and you need to text HELP or just text your name to 50808. and you will have a response, and that response will signpost you, no matter where you are in the Republic of Ireland, to the local services or provide you with some valuable advice.
Bill Vaughan, Donegal coordinator for Mental Health Ireland, talked about his own experience with mental health.
I've had to learn to become more mindful of my own feelings, my own thoughts. I was diagnosed in my kind of late 20s with bipolar depression. That kind of was a shock at the time, because I thought, what's that going to mean for the rest of my life? But really, the more I learned about it and started talking to people who live with bipolar and have done for ages, I began to realise, well, actually, there's nothing much to this. As long as I learn more about it, as long as I learn how to manage it, that life can go on as normal. You have your good days, you have your tough days, but sure, everyone's the same. Everyone has good days, everyone has struggles in some way or other, and for me it just happens to be bipolar.
Bill outlined the support structures available at grassroots level in Donegal.
It's people who know the area, know the community, and would be getting involved in activities like this that we had today, in World Mental Health Day, which is coming up, Suicide Prevention Day, which we just had in September, and any local initiatives over the year that come up. You know, they do their own fundraising, there'll be independent associations, and the whole message is to build communities and to promote positive mental health.
Councillor Nicholas Crossan, Donegal County Council, said that events such as these are so relevant and that the local authority had an important role in promoting physical activity.
It's great to have days like this a year, and the more news that we can get out from Donegal County Council to our communities, that has to be encouraged.
Participants were also given an opportunity to learn more about Donegal County Council's Trailgazers European funded project, which is working to stimulate rural economic development by linking investments made by local authorities into walking and recreational infrastructure to the surrounding small towns and villages, by encouraging footfall into these places to explore, experience and enjoy, thereby sustaining local communities. For more information, visit trailgazers.eu. This is Mary Daly for Trailgazers at Inch Levels Wildfowl Reserve in Donegal. Take to Inch, explore for miles. So that was just one of the videos we did after one of our Community Trail Ambassador events, and we were able to promote it through Donegal TV and to promote the project. And finally, our final video was our overall project video for Inch Levels in Donegal. And again, if you look closely at the end, you might see our friendly monster on this video.
Dejamos paso a los siguientes.
We'll give the floor to the next speakers. Thank you for presenting your great trails, which is after the holidays. It could have been before that. Well, now please, could we have Maria Jesus and Christine from La Palma, who will present the Caldera de Oriente, Javier Velasco, who will present Plaza Ola. If you could come up, please. I'd like to ask you to keep to the times because we have to have lunch afterwards.
Antes de que empecéis, Jorge.
Before you start, Jorge Correa from Viana del Castelo is going to provide an online presentation to show you the itinerary of their project. And then we'll have Javier Velasco. Jorge? Oh, Jesus.
Estamos en ello, que estas cosas de directo con tanta realización parece Hollywood.
Acho que estão com problemas de áudio, não estão a...
Mas o microfone está a funcionar.
É de lá. Estão a solucionar problemas de áudio aqui. Não sei, eu estou a aparecer ali na conferência. Acho que não. Eu não sei se eu estou com o som ligado. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
And in the conference, are they hearing me? Say something. Hello. Nope. Sim, aqui estão ouvindo, no chat, mas aqui não.
O problema na transmissão da outra palavra.
No sé si, Jorge, ¿me oyes tú desde ahí para empezar a presentar?
Pode estar.
¿Sí?
Bom dia, good morning, are you hearing me now?
Yes, you are on the screen.
I'm here to present the Sacred Mountain Trail. It's a trail located in Portugal, in Viana do Castelo. Acho que não me estão a ouvir.
Jorge, can you hear us?
I don't know if they are hearing. They hear me.
Yes, we are listening.
Okay. I'm here to present the Sacred Mountain Trail that is located in Viana do Castelo. It is located. It is our biggest mountain. It reaches almost 800 meters height. The trail, it's a very long trail. It has almost 20 kilometers, and it begins at the small village located on the bottom of the mountain, which is called São Lourenço da Montaria. It's a very rural and picturesque place. Already very touristic because it has many waterfalls and a river that is that people are like to go very much. I don't know if I now have to share the video of you.
Jorge, we will share the video. Do you want it now?
Okay. So can you put the video on, please? Okay, now what we are seeing here is the top of the mountain. It's a big plateau. It's a big plateau with many houses. The houses like to go to that place. This is the first point of interest. It's called the Terra Gate. It's an interpretation center for the mountain. This is an old former tree nursery. Now it's deactivated, but it's very. People like to go here to walk and make picnics and everything. These are what you're seeing now. It's small the terraces because it is agriculture for agriculture. And it's the monastery of San João d'Arga. It's a very old monastery. 11th century, I believe, the date of foundation. Someone say that it's older than that, but I don't know for sure. This is here. You can see the Chat San João. It's another plateau, but on the side of Caminho, that is another council that the trail reaches. As you see, it's a very big plateau at the top of the mountain. And this is the youth fountain. This is a spring and the origin of Rio Ancora. That is a river that begins on the mountain and goes until Ancora, a village in the ocean, next to the ocean. Here we see the Senhora do Minho. This is a small statue a small statue that wears a costume, typical costume. And this is a local monument, turf, that is also on the plateau. It's a place that in the winter, it's full of water everywhere. You can see it everywhere. This is a curiosity. You see, it looks like a door there. And the people of the village call this the tomb door, the door that enters, that allows you to enter to the village. And this is the old forest house, now deactivated, as you can see, but it's in a place that allows the old people to reach out the mountain for surveillance. I don't know if I have to say anything else. Mauro talked about the disaster application. We have the QR codes placed in every point of interest also. But to reach them, you have to do 20 kilometers on the mountain. Because yes, because to reach any point area of interest, they are very, very far away from each other. So, and you have to do all the track to reach all the points of interest. Okay, I think I'm going to end now for you are close on time and.
Okay, thank you very much, Jorge. Thank you. We go for the next trail.
I'm sorry for the sound problems.
Vale, pues nada, Xavier Velasco, si quieres presentar el Plazaola a través de...
You'd like to present Plazaola. These are new videos. It's a number of Google tools. You can control it from your laptop there. Thank you, Maria. Can you hear me? It's a pleasure to be here with you, representing the Nasuvinsa team that has been doing this work, Maria Rodriguez, whom you all know, and Javier Madot. And thank you very much for your warm welcome in the Plazaola with the Tourism Board of Plazaola and all the support that we have received from the different town councils along the Greenway. And thanks to all this support, we have been able to do the work that we're going to show that. If you look for Plazaola, you're going to find the website that we have together with the Ferrocarriles Españoles, which is the Spanish railway company. For this part of the project, we have the Plazaola and Nasuvinsa Tourist Board, and Nasuvinsa. We also had the Government of Navarre, Basquetour, which is the Basque Tourist Board, and the Provincial Board of Guipúzcoa. So the idea was to create a toolkit for people to be able to see this heritage. It's really wonderful that we're closing here because we're going to have a field trip on Friday, so you can all see it. And we have set up different first parts. We have digitized the whole Greenway through. It's already had 1.2 million we did this work with a spherical camera and electrical bicycle, and we got the street view for all the images for the 360-degree images, and we put that up to the Google platform with the help of Fundación de Ferrocarriles Españoles, the Railway Foundation. We accessed 10 points of interest that we thought could be representative of different tourism highlights so that visitors would want to come here. When you see a place virtually, you then, want to be able to see it, to get to know local culture, meet the people who are from that place, and to get to know that place even better. And then we inaugurated a number of exhibitions and created a microsite. The different exhibitions have been visited by 3,000 people, which is interesting. And of course, the goal and that more local so it can be extended to European visitors, and we can have that. I'm going to focus on one of them. I could have seen any one of them. I mean, really, if you look at Plazaola and Digital, you're going to find it. I'm going to focus on this one. It's wonderful. When we have the Pamplona-Sarasa stretch finished, we're going to have a natural road connecting Pamplona with San Sebastian through Larraun and Lizaran. It's really fortunate. And what can already be visited is this very long stretch. You can see several images here. And this is this is a train that transported the minerals and the wood along the road. Here we have a small video clip. They tell me that we don't have enough time, so I won't show you the video. But you can see the video whenever you want to. Yeah, it's okay. It's a good thing because we're short of time. Apart from the video, we have this walk, and you can get an idea of the mountains, the cuisine, and the sports activities that you can do with that. You can have it on Google Street View. You can do the whole. You have the different views. This is a viewpoint where you can see vultures, the tunnels, which are wonderful. Most of them are illuminated, but it's part of the experience that makes Plazaola unique. The Skier waterfall. We could spend hours telling you about these beautiful places that are accessible from the road. And traditions and customs. But since I was told that we were short of time, these are the forests, the beech woods. You could spend days here. There are some areas which are accessible. I would say that it's 100% accessible. Well, if not 100%, then 90 lots percent. I'm going to leave it here. You have a sampling of what we're going to see in the field trip. But those of you who are from here, you know what we're going to be doing, and you can valorize the cultural heritage that we have here, which I think is unique and really worthwhile getting to know. Thank you very much.
Perfecto, pues gracias, Xavier.
Okay, thank you, Xavier. And now I'll leave you with Maria Jesus and Christine, who are going to present Caldera Taburiente with 3 short videos. Maybe you want to say a few words before the videos. So, okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the welcome that the government of Navarre has given us, and Asubinsa in particular. I'm Maria Jesus. I'm from the government of the Canary Islands, from the Department of the Environment, and here's Christine, who belongs to RAFCAN, which has been the support throughout this journey for the Canary Islands government's project. I'd like to say that the government was committed to developing the pilot project in the island of La Palma. It's a small rural island, but it is defined by many visitors, people who come with their boots on, as we say, because they're coming here to do trails. This is a very important part of La Palma, so that's why we've carried out this project there. This is a path that runs through the National Park of La Caldera de Taburiente. As it belongs to the park, its ecosystem is particularly relevant, both flora and fauna. And the trail is about 14 kilometers in length. Part of it isn't accessible, but it has quite a simple part and then a more complicated part to it. You'll learn a bit more about the trail. At lunchtime, we have a traveling exhibition we have to show the trail and the project to visitors and to those living on the island. And Christine will explain the videos that we've developed within the framework of the project. Well, I'm going to switch to English because I think most of you speak English, though you have simultaneous translation, so there's no problem.
Our trail isn't accessible, so having videos done, it's a very important thing to bring the trail closer to those that cannot visit the trail. We did a longer video that is sort of like a documentary to show on the interpretation center, and we have a shorter version of that video that it's around 6 minutes long, and we can show it now, the first video if you want, and you can take a look at that and get to know the trail a little bit better. Tiene sonido.
In the middle of the Western Atlantic, 2 million years ago, eruptions, landslides, and fluvial erosions formed a depression of 60 square kilometers on the island of La Palma, which has a total height of 6,500 meters from the submarine volcano from which it emerges. With its bottom being between 600 and 900 meters deep, the famous Caldera de Taburiente has a mountainous arc that exceeds 2 kilometers between the Pico Corralejo with 2004 and the Roque de los Muchachos with 2,428 meters, where the first astrophysical observatory of the Northern Hemisphere is located. Along the Barranco de las Angustias ravine, southern limit of the Aridane Valley, winds the Sendero de los Brecitos, from hamlets such as the Hacienda del Cura and Tenerra, and between cliffs, ridges and ravines, shaped by erosion. It is the most direct, popular and suggestive of the paths in the national park, created in 1954.
Es un sendero que nos muestra la principal formación vegetal, que es la sauceda más grande que tenemos en Canarias.
The depression occupies a tenth of the insular surface and is formed by colossal dikes, a crest of continental size, and vertiginous slopes from which cuttings and ravines start, which collect and conduct the waters of 70 fountains, subway and surface, that converge in the so-called Taburiente River. With a camping area and a service center, from the bottom of the area there are paths and trails to discover unforgettable places, baptized by the people for their values and singularities. Among them we find the vertical Risco Liso, with almost 1,000 meters. Los Agujeritos, mountains drilled by erosion with curious symmetry. El Pino Gordo, with its 8-meter trunk. Hoyo Verde and the sonorous waterfall of La Fondada. The rocks here have name and biography, thus La Viña, with the vines at its base. El Roque Salvaje, La Ribera Macha, El Capadero, all reserved for the release of cattle, and the Uso that marks the birth of the pine forest.
Destaca entre la fauna la araña lobo o el ciempiés con sus 8 centímetros o más de longitud. Y nos vamos a fijar sobre todo en la fauna de vertebrados, que únicamente se distribuye en la isla de La Palma. Otro grupo que cabe destacar, los murciélagos, con 3 especies de las 7 que tenemos citadas en Canarias.
Both ways are under the dominion of the Venado, the mountain of 1,854 meters, and without losing sight of it, we face El Reventón, where the ravines of El Almendro Amargo and El Limonero meet. Totem for the offerings and supreme symbol of the Benaurita race and culture, the rocky Idafe dominates the vast landscape. Through the bed of Ribanceras, the water directs us to a waterfall where the mosses and oxides cover the Cascada de Colores with yellows, oranges and greens. Here, the riverbeds and trails merge and the slopes approach and distance each other because, altogether, the visible and the hidden ones add up to Dos Aguas. We return to the starting point over rounded and edged rocks, gray and whitish, golden and greenish, of submarine origin such as gabbros, and pillow lavas like honeycombs of varied ranges. We come across outlets of crystalline, ferruginous and dense waters, ponds and pools, some fixed and others born in the generous winters. The pleasant trail and the magnificent destination is integrated in the Trail GRAZERS bid project within the Interreg Atlantic area and therefore financed with federal funds. Together with Spain, it integrates 4 other countries, Ireland, United Kingdom, France and Portugal.
En el caso de España se ha elegido un entorno tan emblemático como la isla de La Palma. La isla de La Palma, que aparte de tener uno de los 4 parques nacionales, que en este caso la localidad de Taburiente, que tiene Canarias, además posee un título toda la isla, que es ser reserva de la biosfera. Y por lo tanto reúne requisitos para que los objetivos de este proyecto, que es intentar revalorizar los efectos positivos que puede tener esas visitas a nuestros entornos naturales, eso es lo que se entiende como el turismo de naturaleza, en un sendero que recorre distintas muestras desde el punto de vista arqueológico, desde el punto de vista cultural, tan arraigada a nuestra tierra como es la economía del sector primario en ganadería y agricultura. Una isla tan arraigada a la política del agua, que también se recorren por parte de esos senderos, pero sobre todo ese entorno geológico y sobre todo de distintos aspectos y estampas desde el punto de vista de la biodiversidad, hacen que evidentemente tenga atractivos más que suficientes para poder ser un polo de atracción.
The Sendero de los Brecitos led us through the fusion of fire, water and time, and returns us through the deep gorge of Las Angustias, ravine that baptized the hermitage or hermitage that baptized the ravine. It ends precisely on the beach of the European landing in 1492, in Tazacorte, the fertile friend of the sun, which gives it, as a luxury, the longest sunsets of the Atlantic.
And we have 2 more videos. They're really short. So we did 10 different theme podcasts with different topics, basically or mainly with cultural heritage topics. And we chose one of them that is based or goes around history and legends. They're like 1 minute, 1.5 minutes long. And then we also did the second one that you'll see is part of the video peels that we call it. And those are really short videos that are more related to what is inside the Lost Story app. So we're gonna put those videos inside the app, and there will be linked to either points of interest or questions from the quiz or facts. And you see one of those videos that is centered, I think, on water will be the main topic. So those 2 videos represent a total of 20 videos that we have also produced.
History says that the Canary Islands was the first overseas possession of the United Kingdoms of Castile and Aragon. The legend places in La Palma fables told by travelers who in medieval times traveled beyond the columns of Hercules. These stories reached such an extent that the king gave permissions for the exploitation of the gold mines of Tabuoriente as an award for their help to lead the sacred Germanic Empire. Osuna defended himself. He didn't eat or drink during the journey. He died of nostalgia, and his legend was born, an ideal of freedom and love for land that still persists. Poets say that in transparent days, his soul travels through previous locations, and his voice reveals the secrets and the eternal values of the beauty of the place. That's when we truly know that the legend is more beautiful than the story itself. Water, a source of life that transforms our landscape. Tabuoriente, an ideal place surrounded by waterfalls and pools, protected by vertical walls that marvel the visitor. This water is channeled with a lot of effort to reach vegetable gardens so that we can comfortably open our taps. Well, as I was saying, these are examples of the videos that we've made for the application and for promotion and for people, for those who didn't understand why the small short videos are only in Spanish. The first one is about the history and legend of the national park, of La Palma rather, and the park before it was declared a park. with the Aboriginal world, those who lived on the Canary Islands before the conquest, and the second talks about the importance of water within the national park. Well, I hope you enjoyed them. Thank you very much. Just so you know that the videos were also translated. Well, stay there. I'm going to speak for a couple of seconds on behalf of our guest from Brittany. He couldn't be here, but they sent a video. The projects are 10 partners, and there are 8 pilot paths. We've seen the 7th, and then we have the last partner. And, well, if you want, we'll watch this video. This is a small village in Brittany. This trail is one that's very close to the town. It has a circular path, and it's linked to... There used to be marble quarries, so they've made panels with content explaining this, and this is a route based on this topic. So whenever you want, the video.
Se oye, ¿verdad? Ahora.
I think I didn't mention the trail is called Chemin de la Mémoire, which is the memory lane. As we've seen, I hope you can be here tomorrow to tell you a bit more. In any event, we move on to the last trail, which is Daft Trail. It's in Merthyr. You'll stay there because we'll have an online connection. They'll show us their trail because they've developed a tool called Virtual Tour 360. It's different to what we've seen until now. And then there'll be a short presentation, which we skipped at the beginning, about what kind of virtual materials we can have to promote these kinds of trails, and which is the work that they've contributed to the project with all experience. So let's see if we can connect. Here we have our colleague, Joanna.
Hello, everybody. Hello,
Hola, todos. ¿Se me puede oír? Sí. Me encanta verles aquí. Gracias por pedirnos que presentemos hoy. Hemos pedido que hagamos una presentación del conjunto de herramientas de
Joan, can you see the presentation now?
I'm afraid not. Oh, yes, excellent, thank you. It came up briefly, that's fantastic. So today we're going to talk to you about development of best practice. This was very much a collaborative approach.
There you go, Joan, you have the presentation on our screen too.
Go to the next slide, please. Merthyr Tydfil County Borough Council led on Work Package 4 in the partnership, the Knowledge Exchange and Dissemination Work Package. As a part of this work package, one of the activities was to develop a virtual tourism toolkit. We know that all partners bring a wealth of experience and knowledge to the project overall. Developing the virtual toolkit was a collaborative approach across the partnership. Sharing experiences and learning. You have seen excellent tourism project purposes.
Joan, you have to speak near your laptop, otherwise we cannot hear you. Or maybe with headphones it will be better.
Okay.
Now?
Can you hear me now? Sorry?
Yes, much better. Tell me when you want me to pass your slides.
Yes, Joanne, I can hear you. Excellent, thank you. The concept of virtual tourism is quite broad for our purposes. It combines the notions of virtual reality and tourism. It facilitates a tourism experience without actually having to travel anywhere. Go to the next slide. Thank you. So how did we start? Our first steps were to speak to all the partnership and collate their experiences. We asked, sorry, if you could just skip back to the previous slide. We asked for their experiences, materials that had been produced, and equipment that had been used. And partners identified gaps in their knowledge. We then looked at best practice that was identified within the partnership and externally. Trail tourism is at different stages and
Joan, please, near the laptop, we cannot hear you, sorry. We lost sound.
Digital marketing and learn from their.
We've gone a bit silent again, Joan. Could you maybe come closer to the...
There, Joan, can you speak?
So from that, we moved on to developing the toolkit. Go to the next slide. So what did we include in the toolkit? As well as examples from other areas, we've included sections on trail characteristics and what to consider when planning a virtual tourism toolkit. Consideration. especially if undertaken.
¿Vosotros, los de traducción, estáis escuchándole bien? No, ¿verdad? No. Joan, can you hear me? Is that okay?
Hi, I'm Hugh Williams and this is the Taff Trail. Here we are on the trail in Merthyr Tydfil, a 55-mile journey from the splendour of a capital city at Cardiff up to the quaint market town of Brecon. The trail is part of the spectacular national cycle network Route Number 8, also known as Lôn Las Cymru, an exciting long-distance route that's designated to both challenge and amaze as it passes through wild and beautiful Welsh landscapes. The whole route is a whopping 234 miles in length, passing through the Brecon Beacons and Snowdonia National Parks, before finishing on the island of Anglesey. The trail runs for 14 miles right through the centre of Merthyr Tydfil, making good use of former tramways, railways and towpaths, and redesigned for the many walkers, runners, cyclists and horse riders that use it daily. Travelling north through the town, you pass the ruins of the once magnificent Cyfarthfa Ironworks, then cross the spectacular Grade II listed viaduct at Cefn Coed, a masterpiece of engineering. You'll continue on through the woodlands and nature reserves over the historic Pont Sarn Viaduct as you climb gently to the picturesque village of Pont Stickell. There, the reservoir frames the peaks of Penavon and Corndine. Then it's onwards and upwards to Brecon and the soaring heights of the Brecon Beacons National Park. So, if you want a panoramic snapshot of all that Merthyr Tydfil has to offer, make sure the Taff Trail is part of your trip when you stay, discover and explore.
Well, I'm sure that we will have time later on the day to have a little bit of explanation about the... Estoy hablando en inglés. Espero...
I hope that today we will have the opportunity of hearing Joanna at the better moment where she can explain the 360 video, but Joanna, I don't know.
Later on. Okay? Bueno, vamos bien de tiempo, entonces si tenéis alguna pregunta sobre lo que habéis visto hasta ahora es el momento y si no, pues después del almuerzo seguiremos otro rato. ¿Alguna duda o algún comentario?
If you have any questions, and otherwise we'll continue after lunch. Nothing to add? Okay, we'll continue then. We will come back in a couple of hours. Okay, bye-bye. We finished right at
Sing a song, Michael.
Yeah. Start telling jokes. Start telling jokes.
You haven't seen my results yet.
Huh?
You haven't seen the results yet.
There's the first one. He's out of the block.
Translate that.
1-0. The man in the corner of the head. Catherine.
Yes.
I have no notes.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon. Are you alive? Did you eat too much? Was it good? I think we can start again. For this first period in the afternoon, I'm going to look at my notes. We have Chris from the University of Glasgow, who is going to present the topic of how surveys of design and how they collect data to then later carry out the study on the return and economic impact. Then Kyle from the University of Ulster will make a presentation on sensors and how they've developed a dashboard where they collect all the data on pedestrians and cyclists on the trails and how they make predictions with those data. And then we'll give the floor to Catherine, who will tell us about how in the community trail plans, how they collect the activities carried out within the framework of the project. So the speakers can't understand a word I'm saying. You don't have your receivers.
They will manage them. So if you want to pass the slide, you have the remote control, and it's all. Okay? So I already presented you, Chris. There you go.
Right, so thank you very much. My name is Chris Greenwood. I'm from Glasgow Caledonian University. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Right, as I said, my name is Chris Greenwood. I'm from Glasgow Caledonian University, and it's an absolute pleasure to be presenting to you after that wonderful lunch. I can see that everybody is awake at the moment, so hopefully if I can finish in the next 15 minutes and everybody is still awake, I will take that as a victory. As somebody who is new to the project, I'd like to acknowledge my colleague Giancarlo Fedeli, who did a lot of this work, and I know that he is well respected amongst everybody within the project. What Glasgow took on was Work Package 5, which is about data capture and the design and implementation of measurement and monitoring. I would like to say that the data capture exercise covered multiple areas, which we'll come on to, and we did capture a lot of information. Only a small amount is going to be presented within this talk, but all the information will be available in the reports that will follow on from. It was an interesting approach in terms of the way that the methodology was adopted, and I know that, as was mentioned earlier, some of the challenges that were faced in the data capture phase certainly informed lessons moving forwards. So I think we're all aware of the different trails used in this project, but I think it's important to note that when analysing the data, the relative locations that were used, some of them were very much heavily tourist regions, others of them less so, very much more for local audiences. But it was the diversity of these different locations that enhanced the overall data experience, certainly in understanding how to conduct the surveys, how to get recommendations for future surveys, and I'm sure also fed into some of the other projects that came up. And I think when we come on to look at some of the results, it will become apparent that differentiation. And also, I think, when it comes to development of the trails, taking some of the more tourist regions and looking what worked there and seeing how they could maybe develop some of the trails that are used by locals, and vice versa, will be of fantastic benefit. So there was a mixed methodology utilised in the data capture process. The trail profile was principally a desk research exercise using secondary data and stakeholder engagement. This was to understand what assets were available on the trails, everything from car parking, toilets, which we know is an important aspect of all tourism development, through to the quality of the trail and its accessibility to a wide range of potential users. In terms of the user surveys that were used for the economic multipliers and also the user survey itself, this was based on an intercept survey that was conducted on the trails, usually towards the end of the trail as somebody was leaving. The surveys were conducted in 2019 and 2020 and were impacted by COVID-19, the pandemic. Samples vary across the different sites and are a reflection of the trail profile, and also the results show user perception of the trail itself, all of which were of great value in determining some of the findings that we have from the results. So the trail profile survey, this was to determine a classification that was going to be meaningful to users. As I mentioned, this was partly desk research and partly engaging with stakeholders to be able to answer questions on a wide range of elements related to the trail. Everything from the trail surface itself, was it easy to walk and cycle on, or was it more challenging? What other facilities in terms of transport and things like that. It resulted in producing the matrix that we have behind us for each of the trails. The different elements of the attributes were given a ranking, a score. Those scores were then averaged to provide the information that we have there. And hopefully that will then provide something that will be able to be taken forward for future trails to kind of categorise and also show where maybe future investment can come in. And again, we found that from when we spoke to actual users, what they were looking for from a trail itself. So if we now look to the user profile, the trail user survey, there was a range of questions that were asked. It was the same questionnaire that was applied across all of the trails, and as I mentioned, we were taking interviews from people who were actually on the trail. Questions ranged from the profile of the visitor, where do they come from, how old they are, or what their gender is, how many people are in groups that are taking the trail, is it families or is it couples? We asked about sustainability. What was the transport used? What was the frequency of visits? How often did they go to the trail? Active travel in terms of cycling, walking, alternative forms of active travel on the trail itself, and also well-being. And we've heard earlier today about the benefits that the trails have on mental and physical health. In terms of engagement, we looked at activities undertaken and duration of visit, and then moving on to the multiplier study, we looked at the economic impact, how much was spent whilst using the trail, and the spend categories on accommodation, food and drink, transport, and so on. And this all fed through to kind of the investment questions that were done. Now, the user survey was conducted after what would have been the initial lockdown period in the summer of 2020 through to March 2021, and the profile of visitors will be biased towards the conditions that were present within the countries that the survey was being taken place in. If we look at some of the results, as I said, these are just some of the top line results. There is a much broader range of variables that we can look at. We can see in this chart over here were questions about where do you live? So the users of the trail, what was their region of residence, their country of residence, and we can very much see that for some of the trails, it's biased towards a local user, and then as we get into the more kind of tourist areas, and we're out to Portugal, Canary Islands, and Spain, there's much more of a mix, and we're seeing more international users and people travelling to those areas, which is obviously likely to be seen. If we see this chart over here, it's how often do you use the trail? And again, there is a correlation between the local user trails, which are used much more often because locals will go there and use it as their main form of exercise, and the more tourist destinations that are possibly higher first-time users because people have travelled longer distances to go there. So it might not be used as often as the more local trails. If we now look at some of the economic contributions, firstly, one of the more interesting aspects was outside of local markets, the key visitors that were picked up within the surveys, and these very much in those more tourist locations, were Germans, French, and from the Netherlands, which of course are the main European touring markets within Europe. And we saw that in terms of spend, food and drink, accommodation and transport were the main areas where spend occurred whilst using the trails. And that, again, varied on the nature of the trail. So the longer, more tourist-based locations had a much broader range of spend types compared to the more local ones, which would have been more biased towards just on transportation and possibly food and drink. Average spend by visitors on the trails was around about €30, which equates to the average equivalent spend of a typical day visitor that you would see in any of these particular countries. But I think we were up to around about sort of like an average of about €40,000 was seen on across all of the trails, based on what visitors were spending in total. Anyway, just to kind of sum up everything, referring back to that earlier point of identifying what didn't work, because it's as valuable as what did work. There were lots of positives that came from the data capture exercise. But some of the challenges that we came across was definitely seasonal disparity, partly having a local audience that could be drawn on, something that mitigated against that. But those seasons of autumn and spring certainly did provide a challenge compared to data collection in the summer. The disruption due to the pandemic, did we get a typical visitor profile at these places? And I think it'd be interesting to potentially repeat this exercise to calibrate against the sensor data that continues to be collected today. There was a lower uptake at some sites, certainly in places like France, Spain, and the Canaries. We saw a much greater uptake in terms of response compared to some of the more local trails, shall we say, particularly things like the Taff Trail was a challenge to be able to get people to complete the surveys. And we have found that the results, though, did find that there was a statistical significance within the analysis, so it did provide some validity within what we were trying to achieve. And also the diversity of information that we got back was of particular value. So looking forwards, we hope that the methodology adopted, we felt that it did work. If we can set or establish a standard for things like the trail kind of classification, that would be a positive. I think it's a methodology that could be repeated in the future, if only to be able to remove that uncertainty of visitor profile due to the pandemic. And also, as I said, to calibrate against the sensor data that's being collected. But also as a blueprint that can be applied to other trails in the future as an example of best practice. Thank you very much for your time. I don't know if we're taking questions at the end, but happy to.
Yeah, I think that si tenéis preguntas.
Yeah, if you have any questions, better wait this round, and then we'll have a little bit for questions.
Thank you very much, Chris. So now Kyle Madden from the University of Ulster.
Hi everyone, I'm just waiting for this to load up here, but I am Kyle Madden from Ulster University in Northern Ireland, and we are the work package 6 lead. And so really one of our core objectives was to develop a footfall monitoring dashboard. So in our team we've got Professor Liam Ramsey, we've got Dr. Caroline Morrison and Professor Joan Condell. So I'm just going to introduce what Work Package 6 was all about quickly, and then we'll have a look at some of the actual decisions around footfall sensors, considerations around dashboard development, and then have a look at some of the data from all the trails in the consortium. So we are trail technology deployment, and really what that means is that we're trying to put technology on the trails that's going to help with meeting management objectives. So for example, some of the trails would like to know how many bicycle visitors they get compared to pedestrians. And then we developed a consortium dashboard which gathers all of the data and puts it all into one place in a standardized format so that we can directly compare all of the trails together as part of a shared learning approach. As well as that, we're providing forecasts on expected trail visitation. Another task which was affected, of course, by COVID, but again, is to give trail management an idea of what sort of visitor numbers that they can expect, and then they can plan accordingly on how they're going to deal with that, or if they would like to reduce them or increase them. So this is achieved through using people counters or footfall sensors, depending on what way you'd like to describe them. And really what it does is it just counts the passage of people at a certain location. So if someone walks past the sensor, it gets logged, and then that will then get sent off to somewhere else for monitoring purposes. And why would you want to do that? Because footfalls is quite an easy representative of how popular your trail is. So it's used as a key performance indicator really for your trail. And as such, if you can begin monitoring that as soon as possible, then you always have a baseline where you can compare that in future. So if it's increased or decreased from that point. And yeah, so it can be used to measure the response from certain campaigns. Like for example, in Inch they had the spin and chat, and they can directly measure the increase compared to if they didn't have that event. So really the main decisions around whenever you're thinking about putting in a footfall sensor is, of course, budget. Budget's always going to be an issue with these sort of, particularly at scale. And so you think about the budget, and then you think about the actual conditions of your trail. So is there power available on site? What's it like for foliage? And there's certain things in the surroundings. So based on consultations with sensor manufacturers and desk-based research, we then come up with this decision flowchart. And really the key areas are, aside from budget, is power source and mounting method. So the majority of sensors being battery powered, and then the mounting method, again, is generally underground or on a nearby post. So our scoping study for actual sensor technologies was published in MDPI Sensors, which is freely available to access through the QR code if anybody is interested in looking at the different technologies suitable for people counting. Next, what is a dashboard? So we have the sensors and we have they're performing the counts, and where does that count data go to? So rather than it being some sort of monthly digest on a Excel or in something else that's just not very interesting, put it on a dashboard. But what is a dashboard? So the closest sort of comparison for a dashboard, it would be thinking about your dashboard in your car. So there's a lot of different things that are going on in your car at one time, but you're not interested in all of the small tiny bits. You want to know the main big picture things like how fast you're going or how much fuel you have left. So really a dashboard takes in all of that sort of complicated data and kind of squashes it down into something that's more interesting and informative. And in this context, the dashboard is often developed as part of a business intelligence approach where you're trying to get insights and trying to get something interesting out of the data. So for us, it's trail management insights. So the data from the dashboard then, from just even at a glance, can help you with your actual data-driven trail management, or it can help with various decisions around that. So really, after you've chosen your appropriate sensors for your site, we had to think about centralizing all of the footfall data, which we've done on our own server. We aggregate all of the data together, and it gets sort of chopped up into a common format, which allows us to compare all of the trails together then and utilize shared learning. And then we can produce appropriate content based on what the trail partners were interested in. So the dashboard's flexible in that some partners may be more interested in bicycle data than pedestrian data, or they might prefer monthly over weekly and so on. So it is flexible in that respect. Here's just a quick demonstration of the dashboard. There's meant to be music on this, I think, but it's just atmospheric. So that's just a quick demonstration of some of the commonly used features on the dashboard. It's capable of a lot more depending on what it is that you would like it to do. But it looked a little crowded there because that was the sort of consortium view which compares all of the trails together. But if you went to an individual trail level view, then you get a bit more detail about whatever trail it is that you're interested in. So just have a look at some of the insights gathered throughout the project. So since the sensors were installed, and though the sensors were all installed at kind of different times to each other, we've had over 3.7 million footfall events captured on the trails, and which is an average of about 5,400 a day, and it's about 776 per trail. And of course, the summer has proven to be the most popular season really across all the trails, though there are some slight variations in there. And so now I'm jumping to it in the previous year period now, so I can compare all the trails fairly. Sunday is the most popular day across all of the trails, which is over 400,000 events. And the most popular sensor locations are actually in Ireland, with inch levels taking the majority of the sort of top spots, but they do have a lot of sensors sort of quite close to each other. But the two most popular locations within the consortium is the inch level site and this LEGO site as well. And so, briefly mentioned at the end of the video that you can export the data and use it for your own purposes. So one of those uses that Donegal has employed is to have a look at sort of environmental monitoring, because they have certain areas of their trail site that they want to carefully monitor for footfall because of seasonality of birds visiting the wildfowl site. And so just exporting it and then putting some sort of customization on it, then we can come up with some insights in terms of which areas need to be more closely monitored. So in this case, we're going to keep an eye on, for example, the Farland Gate path. But then it also gives you the opportunity to have a look at how popular your trail is throughout the year and at what different areas experience throughout the year as well. So in this case, we can kind of see, based on popularity, for each month, where the person is the most busiest sort of section of the trail. Another element of the dashboard is the forecasting, which is in combination with the actual historical visitor data, so how many people have visited in the past, combined with weather data and some other factors, so we can try and forecast then how many visitors that we are expecting, as I had mentioned before. And so really we achieved that through an automatic process of gathering the weather data, combining that with historic footfall data, and then producing forecasts around that. And some of the interesting insights we found from our forecasting experiments were that, in terms of weather factors, the most influential was the wind chill factor, because the trail in Merthyr is quite open, so naturally if it's very windy, they had received less visitation than they would have if it wasn't windy, at least for the section where the sensor was. And the Plathola Greenway, again, the most influential factor was how much rain it received that month, which again could be a marker of the season of the year, but if it was generally dry, then they're going to receive a lot more. Data can assist in the production of data-driven trail management strategies, and dashboards can produce meaningful insights for that data rather than looking at just numbers on a spreadsheet. A centralized footfall dashboard is possible, and it's available as a blueprint for any sort of future projects that would involve aggregating all of your footfall data from different trails. And that trail visitor levels can be forecasted using situational factors such as weather data. And that's everything from me. Thanks, everyone.
Pues gracias, Kyle. Las presentaciones tanto de Chris como de Kyle son un poco.
Thank you, Kyle. The presentations are a little bit of the inputs, and that's the input that we need to be able to get our financial returns, which Oda is going to ask. If you want to ask any questions, this is the time, then we can continue. And if you think of a question later, you can ask later. I'll bring you the microphone.
One is, you mentioned that the system is available. What technical knowledge or skill would you have to be able to input the data, make the readings, make the forecasts? Do you need to have a degree in some kind of computing to be able to manage the system?
You would need some technical background for implementing that, because it is a software system. It could be packaged, so it's just one sort of piece that you can roll out, but you do need some technical knowledge to actually sort of deploy it and put it out in the wild.
Okay. And the second point is, so obviously the data is very useful to the people who are building the walks or maintaining the walks or developing the walks. But, so say if you get a spike in numbers on a certain day and it comes back, that may be because somebody had a walking group out, for example. So, where are you on extending the reach of this information to the public? So, maybe a walking guide might notify us to say, I'm going up next Sunday, I'll have a group of people, which may explain, why you're getting a peak. So in other words, we're not wondering why is there a spike in this number on this particular day, for example.
Yeah, it is possible to add, some sort of annotations on the data so that you can kind of have a future reference point. If you look back and you go, okay, that was a busier Wednesday than usual, what happened? And if you did know at the time and you logged, for example, the walking group, okay, the walking group goes out every Wednesday, that will explain that spike. But in terms of thinking about making that data sort of available to the public.
Yes.
In terms of kind of bringing value to somebody in the public, it depends what way you would want to present it. There's obviously flexibility in there that maybe people just want to know that the trail's probably going to be busy today, or it's maybe quieter today, or things like that. It all depends on what way you want to kind of crunch the numbers and what way you'd like to present it to them. But there's a possibility for that.
Yeah, because I'm just noting that, say, for example, our two trails, when you go to TripAdvisor, things to do in Sligo, they're nearly the first two things that people do. So there's probably, information that the public is gathering anyway to say these two trails are interesting and places to go when you come to visit Sligo. So that might be reflected in the data that we gather. So I'm just wondering whether or not the data should be public.
If you extended your system somewhat, you could maybe try and incorporate, again, with further technical knowledge, you could probably try and import some sort of, say the number of reviews that were done at different times of the year, and how many were positive, or 3 or 4 star plus reviews and so on, and that could be put in the dashboard as well. So again, it will add further value.
Even I was just going to say, even in the longer term.
Jesus one.
Is it working? No.
No, it's on.
Hello.
It's off now. It's on again.
I'm just saying, that's better. Michael, even in the longer term, to try and dovetail event management with a system like the sensor dashboard, where you have somebody that's running an event, whether it's a 100-mile challenge or whatever, and to push out the event in terms of promotion through our networks, but at the same time, particularly where you've got really, really sensitive sites, that you could have interventions like managing user numbers in terms of, say, you just let a certain amount of runners or walkers or cyclists go in bunches or that type of thing. That's where it gets really, really useful, Michael, absolutely. And that's definitely something that we would be pushing forward in Donegal for our most sensitive sites, absolutely. When people come with a group and we don't know about it, there's very little we can do unless you're there marshalling on the site. But where it's more organised events, there's certainly great opportunity through this type of technology to manage our sites much better, even in terms of maintenance and all of that as well. So it's definitely something that we would be pushing forward for in our organisation.
¿Alguna otra pregunta? ¿No? Ok, pues Catherine.
Catherine.
Thanks, Maria. Thank you. Catherine McLaughlin, Donegal County Council. I'm just going to bring you through our community trail plans. We have our presentation. So a key output from the Trailgazers project was to develop community trail plans right across each of the partner sites. So how did we do this? And this is really an amalgamation right across all of the work packages. Almost all of the outputs right across the partner work packages would have fed in to the community trail plans in one way or another. 3 pillars to that: the evidence gathered. This is our user surveys, our stakeholder engagement templates, policy and management matrix, our trail profile. All of these all fed in to create an evidence base so that we could understand how our trails work. When we're developing plans, we're not just making them up. We have an evidence base for them, and the tools that we developed through the project very much facilitated growing that evidence base. And many of the sites in the project wouldn't have had any sensors. People wouldn't really have understood how many people were even using their trails. So all of this data really, really useful for future planning. The networks that we established through the project were central, really crucial in terms of how we developed our community trail plans for our sites. The community, through the project advisory groups that we developed, essentially allowed our plans to be bottom-up plans. They were embedded in the community. Their communities then had a sense of ownership and were very much, they weren't resisting, I suppose. Sometimes myself and Mary would be involved in plans and it's like you're pushing something on communities, whereas they were coming to us making the suggestions and we were facilitating them. The partner network was absolutely crucial as well, learning off of each other. Each of the partners brought expertise in so many different fields. That was absolutely critical. The Community Trail Ambassador Programme, and Mary Daly spoke about it earlier, absolutely key in enthusing the community and getting them on board, you know. Also then the tools that we developed through the project were absolutely critical. Like Kyle talked about the environmental monitoring tool, tools like the Trail Model web platform, dashboard, all of those things. And what they did was they allowed us to understand how our trail sites work and what they really need physically, promotionally and environmentally to be not just tourist attractions or not just ways of making money, but resources for local communities. And I suppose that's maybe why we moved away. Initially we had them as destination plans, and I think that's why we moved across into community trail plans, just to emphasise the importance of these places, these resources for local communities and how they could drive them and sustain their rural communities. We have 7 key principles in community trail planning. The first one is that they're short, they're simple, they're easy to understand, they're applicable to anywhere. Anybody can pick up our community trail plan toolkit and do a community trail plan for their area once they place a resource like a trail at its centre. They're both on-site and they're strategic. So first and foremost, they're concerned with the trail site itself. What can we do to improve the site? How can we enhance the user experience? But the second part is the much more strategic, looking at the wider catchment, looking at the trail towns and villages in the hinterland of the trail and seeing what can we do to increase the economic kickback. How can we capitalise on the footfall that we're now able to count right across our trails? And in doing so, we can actually repurpose our towns and villages. We can change their functionality. Many of our villages in Donegal would have been traditionally agricultural service bases. They're now quite stagnant. There have been industrial centres that are now quite stagnant. And by developing them as destinations for our trail resources, we can revitalise them and transform them and create opportunities for economic growth and enterprise growth in them. So they're biodiversity responsible and they're community centred. Again, all of our actions that we developed through the community trail plan process were all environmentally proofed, and I'm going to come to that later. And again, it's about placing the community at the centre of them to get that sense of ownership and everything. How we consulted was absolutely key. It was targeted and it was tiered. And when I say tiered, I mean it's all about the approach. When you're talking to a business person, or when you're talking to a member of the local community, or when you're talking to a government agency or a tourist board, how you approach them in terms of what they need to get out of it is very, very different. We've learnt that we've developed now an extended trail network where we're looking at where the next trails are going and where they're linking from, Inch, for example. And when you go talking to local landowners, there's a certain way of talking to them, there's a certain way of approaching them, there's a certain way of getting them on board, getting them to understand the benefits that they can have for their communities, that their children might not have to leave to go get work somewhere else, that you can build a business around, you can have an economic kickback from the trails, The number 5 is the evidence-based actions. And again, I mentioned this earlier, it's about using the evidence, using what the tools that we've developed through the project are telling us about our trails, and making informed evidence-based decisions on that basis. A clear roadmap to delivery. So alongside the community trail plans, we've developed an implementation strategy which sets out how we actually deliver the actions, who's going to be responsible for that, what permissions do we need to put in place, what's the costings on that, what's the time scale on that, etc. So anybody really can pick up a community trail plan and can pick an action, if it's a community group or a tourist board or another project down the line, and see a clear pathway as to how that can be implemented. And the last one is that they're accessible, easily understood and visual plans, and I suppose that's why we've picked the Story Maps platform, so that you can have photographs, you can have videos, it's not the static paper plans that we would have traditionally been accustomed to. So as part of the project, we've developed a toolkit for the community trail plans. That means that anyone can use this to develop a community trail plan for their area. There's 10 key steps: defining your catchment, understanding the management and the maintenance and all of that around your trail, establishing your key stakeholder groups, understanding what their perspectives are, understanding what they want for their trail, identifying your assets and constraints, carrying out your SWOT analysis, looking at your environmental priorities and environmental criteria, and then looking at what is actually coming out of all of this. What are the emerging actions? What are our key priorities going forward for each of our trail sites and the wider catchment? Testing those development options, and I'll talk about that in the environmental proofing. Finalisation of the plans and the implementation strategy, launching the trails, and then of course the monitoring using KPIs and all of that. What we've done as well, in the toolkit for the community trail plans, you can link to each of the different outputs that we have achieved in the project, so that people can use them as examples, people can use them as templates, so that they can easily do this for themselves. And there's just a list there of all of the links that are available in the toolkit for people to access. So really, when we brought all of this together for Inch, we sort of came up with a kind of a mission statement from what the community wanted, and from all of the feedback that we got, all of the agencies, all the officials that we talked to. And it was really to develop a slow tourism network of trails and hubs as an economic anchor for remote communities across Inishowen, and that's where our trail site is in Donegal. In terms of the strategy, is to develop a world-class tourism destination, so that this wider area can become a network of trails and hubs, and we can promote it and elevate it and bring it to the next level. In terms of the goals, what we discovered was there isn't a critical mass of trails in the area. 8 kilometres isn't enough. People want to cycle further, so it's about extending that network. How we manage our trails and how we monitor them is absolutely key. And what we see in the future is that the rollout of the sensor technology right across our trails, right across our other resources like our beaches and sensitive areas across the county, so that we can have a much wider understanding of user numbers and hotspots and where issues are arising, maybe around car parking or erosion and so on. So focused strategic investments, so it's not just about the trails, it's about the hubs and how we develop them as economic centres is absolutely crucial to all of this, and that's where the economic benefit comes for local businesses and local communities. So for Inch Wildfowl Reserve Trail, we have sort of like 2 phases of actions. We have phase 1, which we achieve through the project directly itself, and then phase 2 is short and medium term actions that we plan to deliver the next 2 to 3 years. I'm going to go to the community trail plan now itself. Maybe one more slide. Okay. I just mentioned it briefly, and it's really to do with the connections and how we've used the project as a springboard for other initiatives. Back in 2019, just with the first lockdown, we set up a voluntary entity called Northwest Community Development. Objective was to link every town and village in Inishowen by walking and cycling trail. By the end of this year, we'll have 40 kilometres developed, and these are some of the trails. This is our network here on the map, our signage. This is some of the trails under construction. This is events on the trails. We've been involved in urban regeneration as well in some of the villages, doing painting programs and all of that. In terms of the hubs and hub development, art installations, we have a bike park project as well. That's at its initial stages. Preserving heritage. Here we have a viaduct on the old Derry-Carndonagh line. So that's another priority. Inishowen is another one. We're working with the University of Lancaster on that. We've identified the centre point of the peninsula, which I don't know, maybe it's not that close to Inch, maybe it is, we'll see. But it's near some of the trails that we've developed, and it's about really creating that novelty factor and, you know, walk to the heart of Inishowen, and there'll be something there then, a reward when you get there. So it's that type of trying to build a string of pearls or a necklace, so that you're making people go to the next stage to find something new or to explore or to find a new point of interest. I'm going to go, I think that's it. I'm just going to go briefly now to the plan itself for Inch Wildfowl Reserve. It's on the story map. Sorry. Will it come up?
Yes, you just move the mouse and it will come up. No.
Okay, so I'm just going to go through some of the key headers on our story map, community trail plan for Inch Wildfowl Reserve. Our trail and region, just really setting out where we're at, where the trail is, identifying the trail towns, setting out the catchment for them, how we manage our trail. So we developed a simple, tailored maintenance schedule for our site. That was one of our first actions in conjunction with the National Parks and Wildlife Service. When I go to the strategy map, you'll see the Northwest Greenway route, which is a new 40-kilometre route from Derry to Buncrana, and it passes through the 8-kilometre site at Inch. And really, what we're saying now is that a coordinated and broader management strategy is required for these wider area of trails. It's not 8 kilometres, it's 40, 50, 60, 70 and growing all the time. So we need a very coordinated approach in terms of how we manage and monitor our trails. In terms of the trail environment, the trail itself is EU designated under the Birds and Habitats Directive. There's SPEAs, special areas of protection, special areas of conservation for birds on the site. Here we have some of the black swans. I know somebody was talking, Caroline was talking to me about it today. We've also got, and these are novelty species. The main wildfowl that people come for is the waders, and the geese and everything. We have white swallows as well. It's another novelty species, quite rare. And this is environmental sensitivity mapping that we had produced as well through the project, identifying the most sensitive parts of the site, where the roost locations are, where the birds will overwinter. And for us, it's really important to have them identified, and we can cross them now with the sensor data so that we can see exactly at different times of the year as well. The roost sites are really important in the summertime, and the feeding grounds for overwintering birds is obviously really important in the wintertime. So we can chart now the numbers at these delicate places at the different times of year, and we can plan better and make better decisions in terms of projects going forward, in terms of how we manage users, how we carry out works on the site, and so on. Trail tenure was a really important one for us. Our trail at Inch is not owned by the local authority, it's privately owned. It's owned by a private landowner. So through the project we've initiated and got initial agreements with the landowners for a much longer term lease, a 49-year lease on the site, which really secures the site for local communities, at least in the medium term. That was another really important aspect for us. In terms of the key findings and what that meant for us, when we really drilled down into the user survey, we discovered that nearly 80% of the people that use our trail are more or less local. If they're not living within 5 kilometres of the site, because of the way the survey was designed, they were able to say where they were from. And when we looked at that, a lot of them were from very close to the trail. So there's pros and cons to that, I suppose. There's pros in terms of the trail's a community trail, people really care about the trail, but it's a lower value user. Like in the Algarve, where you have a much higher visitor number, you have people staying maybe for 3, 4, 5 days, maybe a week. You have a much bigger economic benefit coming from that. They also suggested 77% of them that better or added facilities were required nearby, and that was a really, really important one for us as well going forward. In terms of the trail multiplier results, for Inch, the results found that for every euro of investment into developing the trail, 81 cent came back to the local communities, and it was, I think, one of the highest right across the study areas. But for us, that makes it even more, like the fact that a lot of those are locals and they're still spending so much. If we were to adjust our trail profile user even a bit to make a higher number of visitors, then we would have significant, the economic potential is really, really significant for the site. That's what we found. Yes, 3 minutes left? Okay. In terms of assets, in terms of looking at the site, what was important, what wasn't, we did a SWOT analysis. I'm not going to go into it. I've just gone into it. We covered things like the user profile, really just to see what the opportunities were. We looked at the paths, we looked at signage, we looked at road infrastructure, car parking, all of that. These are available and the links will be provided so that everyone can go in and spend time and go through it. But I just want to bring you to the trail strategy map. I'll just give you a couple of examples. So this is our trail site. This is Derry City, one of the largest settlements in our region. It's about 130,000 people. We've got Letterkenny and Buncrana. And there's 3 car parks. And they are accessed down very narrow roads. The Northwest Greenway, the blue there, which is coming from Derry to Buncrana, will bring significant increases in user numbers, and really these car parks will not be suitable. We have identified, I'm just going to put it on here. Also, when we identify all of the so promotional packaging. So there's a large number of other attractions and heritage sites around the trail, and in terms of promoting them in a packaged way, we are putting information boards at each of our sites, maps on them, identifying I suppose all of the attractions in the wider area. You are here. This is so when people come to the site. So not only will we have our QR codes linking to all of our promotional material from earlier, but we will have actual physical information on the site in case someone doesn't have a phone or whatever. The Greenway will, in effect, link Inch Wildfowl Reserve Trail with a number of towns and villages in the nearby area, and really for us that's really important, because rather than building a visitor centre or anything down here at the reserve, our plan is to develop a trailhead in one of the villages, transform that village, and create a much more higher economic benefit rather than having something in a remote location. How many minutes, Maria? Product development and new trail routes. Here we have identified how we can extend the trail network even further to again make this a trail destination. It's not just 2-hour walk. It's come here for 2-3 days, come and enjoy, see all the fantastic scenery, the heritage and everything. Sell. I'll pass you over to Michael. Who's next?
It's Michael.
Is it?
Yeah.
Michael, you're in the driving seat. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So now, ahora le pasamos la palabra a Michael.
Now we're going to hear Michael, who's going to show the Sligo community trade ones.
You can move the slides. Thank you, Catherine, very much.
Hi guys, good afternoon. If Catherine got a 3-minute warning, I will do the entire presentation in 3 minutes. So there will be no warning, and the interpreter can shut the microphone down and the earphones down, so that will guarantee that we will be quick. I would like to thank my colleagues here on the table with me this afternoon. We've got a lot of information in relation to the research and the technical support, and then the translation into all the community information that has combined and been expressed as part of the whole Trailgazers project. So it is a collaborative endeavour. First and foremost, I'm from Sligo. We are a local authority on the west coast of Ireland, and we embraced the project along with our lead partners from Donegal. And an expression of that support today is that our mayor of Sligo, our political leader, has agreed to come and join us here in Navarre. So I would like to thank him personally for making that effort and joining us here as an expression of support from Sligo County Council to the Trailgazers project. while I'm thanking people, I take this opportunity to thank Navawinsa, and in particular, can I thank one person in particular, Maria, who is sitting here, and she has managed all of the program here today. So and now I've taken up 2 minutes. I have 1 minute left. My presentation here today, very briefly, is to develop on the work that our colleagues have developed, and we have translated this into a digital format to capture it on story maps using a software package called ArcGIS, developed by with another Navawinsa colleague, Javier, at the back of the room. So thanks very much, Javier, for all your support with the ArcGIS. So briefly, this is Knocknarea. This is the mountain. Here before us you see the sea, so the walk combines sea and the mountain, and at the top we have our Queen. Queen Maeve is buried there. So that is the context for all the capture of our information, and that is the basis that we try and translate everything we capture into a digital format for use over a long period of time. So the Queen is watching us today. This is where she is buried. And this is approximately 40,000 tons of individual rocks brought from the people 5,000 years ago. This is older than the pyramids. We don't know much about the people, but in the middle of that there is, we believe it has never been excavated, but we believe from other passage tombs that we have opened that there is the remains of the hierarchy, the kings and queens of the civilization that prevailed at that time. But it is nice to have a little bit of mystery. We don't know what's in there. This is it, it's backdrop. Our Queen, she looks down over the sea. This is the landscape of Sligo. So whenever you come to Sligo, we hope that you will come and enjoy it. So the trail, we developed this raised boardwalk, and these wooden steps. Over here on the right-hand side, we've shown you where we have 1, 2, and 3. We have developed and expanded our car park infrastructure to support the increased number of visitors that we are attracting to the location. And this is captured on our story map on ArcGIS for use. This is some of the imagery that we also retain on the story map. This is an example on our story map where we have on the left-hand side we had schools, and they're carrying out nature and educational programs as part of Trailgazers project. Over here we have a trail ambassador, and she brought people around the trail talking about points of interest of heritage on the trail. This is the car park expansion we have achieved with the support of the information that we've been able to gather from surveys, which has supported us in making our applications for capital funding, car park expansion. This is an example of the signage that we have incorporated around the trail. We're using technology, simple technologies such as QR codes to bring people to the websites, and also directional signage. It's very simple, it's very basic, it forms part of most people's trails, but to have it captured in a digital format on the story maps has been very useful. And these are some of the challenges that we face in our trail management, which Chris referred to in terms of an opportunity to see what stage our trail is at in its evolution. So this trail here in the main photograph, we have since introduced stone material to address some of the soft points and make the experience for the user more pleasant. But also it's clearly visible that on the coastline or over here we see locations that the impact of visitors is having on the landscape, and we are now pursuing funding to address this in an environmentally and culturally sensitive landscape. But it is not just humans who have an impact on the landscape for us. You can see these are our winters, and see where this concrete column is there. Well, the sea was out to that a couple of seasons ago. The tide, the sea came in the winter and decided it wanted to take the sand with it. So we've the continual problem of erosion. But this information we can retain and capture on story maps is very useful. And these are examples of other types of trails that we are looking. This trail, while it looks casual, it has been rehabilitated and direct captures and retains walkers to a route while still keeping an upland and rural context. And here are other examples of trail construction that we are exploring as well. And that's me. Thank you. Any questions? No.
We will have later on, no worries. Okay, so thank you very much. Now, if you come down, we leave the space for the following community trail plans. Nada, les decía que se bajen y que ahora vamos a seguir.
And now we're going to present the community tree plans. If I speak in English, I suppose you will translate me into Spanish. Now we're going to have the 7 valleys for the community trail plan. Also Plaza Ola, Xavier Subes, and for Caldera de Taburiente we have the Cristín and María Jesús. And so the people who are presenting, you have the, you can move any way you want. And people who are online, who should also be prepared, Jorge and Joanna, you will also be presenting from your computer. You share the screen, and we will see the projection here. As soon as you sit down, we can start. Goda is the first. No, it's fine. Hola, una vez más. ¿Dónde están mis? Your link should be some of this. Caldera no, Plaza Ola no. This one is yours, and you're showing that.
But I sent you the multiplier slides.
I know, but the first is the community trade plans.
Oh,
Yeah?
okay. So very shortly. Okay, the community trade.
Bueno, brevemente el plan comunitario. No hemos hecho mucho trabajo con embajadores, pero hemos conseguido hacer algunos talleres y generar algunas salidas. Como presenté anteriormente, nuestro el camino es el más popular en Algarve. No está en ninguna zona protegida concretamente, pero sí que tiene de todas formas algunas preocupaciones ambientales. Conecta distintas playas y es un sitio bastante espectacular. Hemos desarrollado algunos planes que se han entregado y establecido de forma que los visitantes puedan estar familiarizados con algunos aspectos históricos y naturales. Por ejemplo, lo que puede ser el faro, el plan como toda la financiación viene al municipio, además colaboramos con una escuela. Hay muchos campings y se ha utilizado para la creación de una película documental, ya que nos centramos mal en la historia de cómo se manejaba el terreno en la época de los árabes. Con el taller lo que hemos hecho es necesitamos voluntarios, cosa que algunos hemos hecho. No obstante, la gestión todavía se está llevando a cabo y vamos a continuar mejorándola, ya que es hace solo pocos años que ha sido oficialmente, ha recibido su marca. Nuestro principal socio es la municipalidad del municipio de Logoa. También asociaciones, tenemos varios negocios que desarrollan, que colaboran con nosotros también, y por supuesto la Agencia de Protección Ambiental. Estas son las fotos de nuestra reunión con los socios en 2019. Estas son las fotos de la guía de los estudiantes. También evaluaron las condiciones de el camino y examinaron los riesgos y las amenazas. Y ahora sí pasamos a los principales resultados. En lo que se refiere a lo que encontramos, los puntos fuertes es un escenario espectacular, conexión con el patrimonio natural y cultural, el aprovisionamiento de actividades basadas en la naturaleza, y que se ha nombrado como uno de los mejores son los mejores aspectos. En lo que se refiere a las debilidades, bueno, pues hay una falta de instalaciones, acceso para discapacitados, así que el aparcamiento, también se utiliza el vandalismo, es un problema sobre el hacinamiento, porque hay gente que también utiliza este camino para ir a la playa. Y también con lo que se ofrece oportunidades es crear una concienciación ambiental, crear mejores conexiones con los comercios y una colaboración. Las principales amenazas es principalmente lo que es el cambio climático. La erosión del camino es una de las cuestiones más importantes. Puede que en poco tiempo perdamos este camino por la subida de la altura del nivel del mar, la capacidad, las condiciones climáticas y la estacionalidad. Ya que entonces tenemos aquí una fotos, se ve aquí un faro con dunas. En el pueblo de Carbollero. Y enlaces a mapas ecológicos, que se está asociado con algunas acciones clave, como gestionar las capacidades de carga, el desarrollo de más contenido digital para los turistas. También tenemos que desarrollar los contenidos en las redes sociales para evitar la sobrepoblación, el hacinamiento. Quizás algún tipo de inspecciones o muchos acentos que se pueden encontrar entre los socios de los Trail GRAZERS, y si quieren contactar con más información y colaborar, Este es el contacto del profesor Tomás Panagopoulos, que es el gestión del proyecto. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Goda. Now we're going to see Viana do Castelo and the sacred Jorge, if you're there, maybe you can start sharing your and we'll try to hear you. Okay, we can see you already.
Deixa eu ver aí. Tem que ser no Chrome, não aceito. I'm sorry, I know we are having some problems.
Jorge, do you want us to keep Oh, there you go. Fine.
Do you see my screen now?
Yes, perfectly fine.
Aí não está. All right, so I'm going to begin. Our trail is called Sacred Mountain Trail. It starts on the center of Monteria, and it heads to San Juan d'Arc Monastery, from the very old monastery in the middle of the mountain. I'm just to make a location for the trail. To the south, you can see. To the south, you can see all the valley of the Lima Valley, the Lima River Valley. To the west, you can see the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. To the east, you can even see the hilltops of the GRAZERS National Park. And to the north, you can see Spain. It's Galicia, in this case. We can see Santa Tecla. It's a very well-known place in Galicia. The trail is a circular trail. It begins and ends at the same point. It has almost 20 kilometers, 22 if you go to the monastery and come back, because you have that option to go to the monastery and then come back and to return into the trail. So now you see the first point of interest that is Serra d'Arga Gate. That is basically an interpretation center for the dissemination and enhancement and promotion of the mountain. Mainly the environmental and cultural heritage. The next point is it's an old tree nursery. We used to create here trees to replace standing all over the mountain. Now it's not working. See, now it's not working, but it's very used for as a recreation area, because it has a lagoon here. This is a small lagoon, but very, very deep. Here we can see the terraces that is a solution that they found to enhance agriculture in the mountains, with the walls in schist in this case. After we have the San Juan d'Arga monastery. It is on the 13th foundation is from the 13th century, but some people say that is older than that, much older than that. And in August there is a traditional party there. That we call it a medieval party yet because it hasn't changed along the years. After we have the Chat San Juan, it's a very big plateau where the horses like to go to pasture it, or we call it Garranos. They are horses from this area, from the region. After that, we have the Urs Fountain. It's a spring of one of the springs of the Rio Ancora that runs towards all the mountain until the ocean. After that, we have Senhora Domingo. It's a small cave with an image of Our Lady that is dressed in the Minion costume. It's not very visible today, but there you can see it. After that, we have a local natural monument that is the turf of Chas d'Arga. It's a geological monument. This plateau is always, in the winter, it's full of water, almost all of this area. Then we have the Porta da Vila, that is a curiosity. It's a stone place that it's shaped like the door, so people call it the entrance for the village. Finally, we have the last point of interest, that is the old forest house. That is it. Now it's not working, it's in ruins. So how do we manage the trail? It is inserted in the municipal footpaths network, in our 12 network that is managed by our municipality. It's also located in the Natura 2000 network area that are areas designed to conserve habitats and rare and wild species. And also across the local nature mountain that I talked before. I said something about it before. Who is involved? So the city hall is involved. The Monteria, that is the name of the village parish council. The board of trustees, reserve, tourist agents, accommodation and restaurants, local school and sport associations, and also outdoor associations also. So they are all contributing to develop the trail. We have learned so far that when the pandemic was in its maximum levels, sort of speaking, we learned that thousands of people used to go to practice sport in the nature, and they turn to natural places, and the trails were all of them very used by any kind of people of all ages. So you can see we have a video, because we have a 360 video for a virtual visit, but it's a very long video. It has 5 hours of duration, so I'm not going to play it now. We have also very educational activities on the trail and in what have I done? Acho que coisa Opa. Yeah. I'm sorry, I touched something I shouldn't. Saiu? Sem sangrar. Peraí. Vai procurando.
Jorge, maybe you just need to go back. Press the back button. No?
I'm sorry. I'm going to where I stopped. Can you see the screen again?
Yes.
Yes. It's here, education activities. We have a lot of education activities in schools and associations. We did a workshop to discuss all the actions where we invited many stakeholders by rural lodgement and restaurants and outdoor associations, etc. We also did a trail ambassador event. We did all the trails, all the 20 kilometers in an ambassador, and it had a very good participation, almost 60 people. And the participants received an hiker's kit that consisted in a backpack, sticks, notebooks, a bottle of water, things like that. We also have some cleaning vegetation because we have the problem with the acacias. I'm sorry, I don't know the name in English. That is this green tree you see here. That is, it's an epidemic in our area, so we made many actions to clean it. Also in the area of the trail. So for the assets and opportunities and limitations, we have some strengths. It's a unique natural, cultural and landscape heritage, allow us to promotion natural activities and the local sustainable development. It has a very good geographical location, like I said before. It's an free entrance and it promotes also natural preservation. It's a very calm and quiet area, easy to park, and it's a circular path. Weakness. It's a very hard trail. It has very climbs and is very rocky. You only can do it by foot. You can do it.
Jorge, you have 3 minutes left, okay?
It can be done by people with disabilities or children, for example. It has lack of infrastructures to support the trail and difficulty in maintenance of the trail because it has 20 kilometers and it's very hard to clean. We have a problem with vandalization, unfortunately. There are no public transportation for the village of Monterrey. Safety is not provided because it is very hard place. We lack promotion, some lack of promotion of the trail, and we still don't have many involvement with local tourism agents. For opportunities, we can promote the nature tourism and ecotourism segment. We can enhance the preservation of natural cultural heritage. We have to work on promotion of the trail and establish some community awareness for the protection of the environment. We can improve the trail conditions. We can make many more activities to support and develop the trail. We can promote the trail internationally. That is We have to develop the local economic. And we have to count two counters on this trail to monitorize the trail users. I don't have the data here on this. So, but the threats, it's a very forest fires, the safety, the weather conditions. Sorry, it's a place that is not very populated and it's decreasing. And it's not very safe because of the length of the trail and the hard access to it. And the vandalization of signage. To the future,
Jorge,
I'm going to
can you hear me?
create more digital content to promote it and disseminate it through
Jorge.
digital media. We are promoting also the Lost Story maps. We have the QR codes placed in each point of interest. We are raising awareness of tourists and trail users to adopt more responsible behavior for the heritage preservation. And also we are encouraging the involvement of trail users in the community for local economic development, and also not only in the community but also in the district. So this is everything. Contact us, and thank you very much. And see you soon, because I think some of you are going to be here in Guyana very soon.
Thank you very much, Jorge. Ok. Nada, pues pasamos al Community Trail Plan de Plaza Ola.
Okay, now we'll move on to the plan by Plaza Ola. And remember the times, you've got 8 minutes per trail, otherwise we'll be here all day. Very well. Thank you, Maria. I'd like to thank my colleagues, and I'd like to thank the partners who are here in this heat, but standing their ground after lunch, which isn't easy. So I'll try to be brief. In the case of Plaza Ola, we've done it in a bit of a different way. I'm going to focus on explaining the area we've worked on the participation process and the detection of needs and solutions. I think this has been at the center of all the work we've been doing, coordinated by our colleague Maria, who's here. In the end, as the previous presentation said, it's a path that starts at an old railway that's abandoned, no longer profitable, and it's been turned into, due to rains that demolished several bridges and tunnels, well, it became a greenway. I'm resisting the temptation to play the video. I wasn't allowed to earlier on, but I'm going to be obedient. I won't do it. And if there's time at the end, I will. We can watch it. But anyway, the area of study, as we said, it's great. It's a greenway that connects Pamplona with San Sebastián on the coast. It isn't the whole route isn't completed yet. We've focused on the area in Navarre. There's a part in Guipúzcoa that's finished, but where we're working on is in Navarre. And it's a corridor that where there's a lot of leisure activities carried out in nature. We have an area of influence where we have Aralar, which is a beautiful mountainous area. And in this participation process that was designed There have been 5 meetings with the project advisory group. And at these meetings, the aim was to share from different perspectives of tourism, nature, the local needs, and businesses and local business associations to highlight the features of the path, but and also detect needs. That's what has guided the work carried out. Those needs detected in the working group. We've had the Plazaola Council Group, the Director General of Culture of Navarre, Navarre's Mountain Federation, and local municipal councils who have made their contributions. So based on all this, we've prepared a series of actions for whose definition we took into account several surveys, user surveys. We looked at the local knowledge of the different representatives I've mentioned, but also surveys among residents, visitors, and so on. I need more coffee. I need to speak louder. After all that food and wine, now you want me to speak up. Okay, I'll try and speak louder. In addition to the advisory group project, we carried out an environmental workshop. At this workshop, we prepared a SWOT analysis, identifying the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and so on. I won't go into this. We talked about this already. I'm going to focus on this, which, with what I said before, is more interesting for those of you here. In the end, we were very restrictive in the selection of development options. It was about focusing on the 6 topics which we saw cropping up a lot, which is maintenance of the trail, which has been a problem due to the high costs, among others, because of the tunnels and landslides and so on. On Friday, I hope we can see part of it, because there you will understand the problem of maintenance, which is not the same in other trails. We've worked on collaboration with small and medium-sized businesses. To do this, we designed a business-to-consumer workshop, and we designed a joint marketing product, which we will look at. We also worked on enhancing the perception of the value that the local population, what they wanted to see in this heritage. This is also one of the activities that was worked on. Then we identified the resources we have in the area with identification of points of interest and the promotion activities that have emerged in the digital world, but also with signage in the area, and also networking with other routes and projects. I'd like to highlight the Explorer network, which we saw in this morning's presentation by Ruben Goñi, the Director General, who talked about the Explorer network, and also with other European projects, and also with the Eurovelo project. I think all of you here have heard of it, but we've also worked on the linking with Eurovelo, which partially passes through this greenway. For the management issue, we've created a trail model which offers valuable information to facilitate management. This is the response given. As for collaboration with small businesses and their knowledge, and seeking opportunities of synergies for joint commercialization, we organized a workshop in Aralar. We had this slow tourism event, and from there, this led to a joint activity, which is here. There was a 4-day training event for this B2C topic. And also it's a very interesting event. We had the chance to share experiences. There are even people who had family who could remember when the rail was operating. They shared their experiences. We watched videos. We heard testimonies about the railway. And this was done in Leitha Municipal Council in a very attractive environment. And it was very nice. Then we had a field visit to learn about the mining activity there. Well, I think a lot of people who've traveled this greenway and know about this. Well, 20 meters from the line, there's a very interesting industrial and cultural heritage, which is quite incredible to learn about and visit. And we have to make this visible, and through other projects, well, a lot of things can be done to highlight the value of all this. I think I'll leave it there. Well, the products for digital marketing I mentioned this morning with digital products, the heritage tunnel infrastructure, railway infrastructure that's still there. And if you have the chance to visit plazola.villasverdes.es, I think you'll love it. And I'll leave it here. And if you have any questions, I'll be delighted to answer them. All this I'm telling you about tomorrow and the day after's activities, it doesn't matter what I tell you. You're going to experience it, and you'll enjoy the experience of seeing the things I'm telling you about. So I'll leave it there. Okay, first allow me to do a short presentation in English, and then we'll continue with the rest of the community trail plans.
In Canary Islands. The trail is approximately 14 kilometers, and as I said this morning, it's a little bit difficult. No, it's like Plazaola or the one in Donegal. As you can see, it has spectacular landscapes of abrupt mountains where ecosystems are closely linked to the historic volcanic activity. This shouldn't surprise us after the recent volcanic eruption we witnessed in La Palma, where the Canary Islands pine is relevant for having adapted to eruptions and being resistant to fire and eruptions. The trail is located not only in a national park, but also is included in another conservation demarcations, such as La Palma Biosphere Reserve, which give it a wide range of legal regulations and allow its management and conservation. Conservation-wise, the La Caldera de Taburiente National Park Authority carries out environmental monitoring actions of flora and fauna, not only along the trail, but also in the entire national park. For example, Anna, who is here from the national park, she's a guide. She participates in the monitoring of the butterflies, which is very popular in La Palma, well, in the national park. As a part of the project, a PIJ was formed from La Caldera de Taburiente Path, and it is composed by members with different expertise and links to the trail and La Caldera de Taburiente National Park, including local administrations, landowners, land businesses, residents, and mountain federations. Here I have to say that we have to give awards to say thank you to the Town Hall of El Paso. Thank you very much to the Cabildo of La Palma and the people from the National Park. They work very hard for this project.
And now I'm going to continue. Here you have a little timeline of the meetings that we've had with the PhD, and now we're going to show you a little bit of what we've done. If you want to learn more into detail, because we're going to go through really quickly, you can just visit our website or every other trails website, because they're really nice story maps that you can just navigate through. So we had a train exhibition that you already saw during the lunchtime. Those roll-ups travel around the island of La Palma, and we visited 40 different sites. And we basically were trying to encourage local communities to visit the trail, and also to empower them to be proud of the national park and try to promote also a healthy lifestyle. We also did a collaboration with the national park, where guides from the national park did a tour through the hike or trail, and people could visit it. We also had another collaboration with the national park, where they did a reforestation activity with local students and residents. And we have the Brotes project with a collaboration with the government of Canarias. And because our trail is really difficult to do, not everyone can visit the trail. And what we did was we took the trail to the classrooms, so students with special needs could learn about the trail through different experiences, sensorial experiences. So we took biological samples, pictures and other things, so they could actually explore the trail in their own school. We also had a community trail ambassador workshop. We developed the Atlantic Hiker Certificate, which was developed through the B2C workshop with the community. We also did an exhibition of El Salto del Pastor, which is a traditional mean of transportation through the rocky slopes and the orography of the island. And we also had a workshop with the local community, with the national park and other public administrations, where we share experiences of what happened with the volcano, which was a really unprecedented thing and an extra challenge that we face throughout the project. And what have we learned so far? Well, we learned that it is really complex to develop economic activities in a place such as the national park, because it is really limited and restricted into what can be done inside the national park. Also, our trail, it's located inside La Caldera, but to access La Caldera, you have to go through a different municipality. So that means that people might be spending money in the wrong area, to say so. So they're not actually spending money in the place that owns the national park, but they're actually spending the money in the neighboring municipality. So we all know COVID has had an impact, but also the volcano had an impact. This is a picture of what it was before. The volcano actually erupted in the municipality that we were working with. So it erupted here, and then you can see that it basically took away many villages and houses. So it has had a big impact in our trail. Here you can see also how it has affected the footfall. Not only the pandemic, but also preventive closures, such as this little square here. That's when the volcano was active, and the national park had to be closed. So all the results that we've had regarding footfall, they're not useful so far, because we don't have enough information, and we'll need to keep collecting data. We also did the surveys, and we collected a lot of data from users. We had almost 800 surveys done. And here is some of that summary of the data. So we've learned that to our trail, we mostly have visitors between 26 and 55 years old. That most of the people that visit the trail are people that are going in groups. Only 3% of the people go by themselves. And out of the people that go in groups, almost half of them do it in pairs. So they do it in couples, not necessarily like relationship couples, but two adults together. And this is something interesting because this information could help us, for example, target that specific group and offer specific services or packages or tourism products that could maybe bring more money into the municipality. We also learned that most of the people that come to the trail are from Spain. They're either from La Palma, from another island, or from another place in Spain. And most of the visitors that come from overseas are Germans, or come from Germany, not necessarily Germans. And then we compare how they spend their money. And we notice that there's different expenditure depending on where they came from. So you can see the local residents in La Palma, they don't spend any money in accommodation. That makes sense. And people from Canary Islands, they don't spend money on, for example, renting cars because they can bring their own car by ferry. And then people from overseas or other places of Spain, they will spend more money in different things because they actually need to rent a car, get accommodation, find food, and all those sort of things. And we also learned, looking into the data from the surveys, that most people heard about the trail either because they're locals, because somebody else told them about the trail, or from websites, which is really interesting. And when we look into those websites, we realized that more than half of the websites that people were using were official sources. So we all know, I don't know if overseas people use Wikiloc too, which is not an official source, and everyone can put information in there. In this case, people would actually use official sources such as the National Park Network website, the Trails of La Palma website, and the Visit La Palma, which is the Tourism of La Palma website. And this is very good because they're official sources, which means that they will also know if the trails are closed or they're open, and they'll have the official trail information and safety data that could concern them. And we also have a little summary on how people spend money. We can see that people spend the least money, for example, in food. This is because, as we said before, there are no services on the trail. You won't find shops, you won't find restaurants, you won't find anything. So actually you need to bring everything on your backpack, so people will tend to spend little money and bring their own picnic or water or whatever. And when we asked them what we needed to be improved, almost half of them said that the signage should be improved. And this didn't surprise us. Maybe the number is what surprised us, but we also did a SWOT analysis, and that's one of the things that came up. So all this information that we gather and that we have learned so far, we're going to pass it on to the local government, the national park, and the public administrations that can actually work with it, and that way they can just focus on what needs to be done and maybe think about ways that they can improve or attract more visitors. Here we have also information, God is going to talk about this later, the multiplier effect, the annual income impact, and here you totally need to visit our little story map, because we have a little map where you can actually navigate and learn more about the trail. Here we have everything that you need to know, where the signage are, where the trail starts, where the parking lots are, stores, points of interest, and all sort of information from the trail. You even have the map of the volcano. I want to thank Javi because he helped us put this together through the last couple of months. And what are we going to do in the future? Well, we're going to use all the information that we've learned, and we'll try to use that to promote the trail. And we'll try to leave a legacy behind. We have the story, the Lost Stories app, the Mauro developed. We have here the little trail care packages. We have videos that were also recorded. Our business to consumer initiative, which is here in the picture, and it's a little sort of like an extension of a passport that encourages hikers to actually go to the town and spend money there, and then they'll get a little reward. And lastly, we had with the volcano to rethink all the project, and we were not able to keep doing some specific activities, such as working with local residents and businesses, because some of them actually lost their houses or lost their business. So we had to rethink how to work and what to do with that extra money. And what we're going to do is we're going to develop or propose a volcano viewpoint. And we're going to give that to the City Council of El Paso, who are meant to build it in the next years. And hopefully that will be our little grain of sand of contribution to what has happened, and try to also make this challenge or turn this catastrophe into an opportunity. And this is pretty much it. If you want to learn more, just visit our websites or ask us about it later. Thanks.
So thank you very much. Gracias. Y ahora vamos a...
Thank you. And now we're going to see here our colleagues from Mercier who are going to present their last plan. There she is with her headphones.
That's great. Thank you very much. Whenever you want, you just have to put your link.
I will share my screen and explain our story map to you now.
Amazing. Thank you.
I hope you all can see the Taft Trail Community Trail Plan. So our trail plan in Merthyr Tydfil is the Taft Trail. And this takes us on a 55-mile journey from Cardiff Bay up to Brecon. So the actual trail itself runs right through the heart of Merthyr Tydfil. Here you can see we have some promotional videos that will give you a bit more information about Merthyr Tydfil itself. We're also part of a Taft Trail National Cycle Network, which is mainly traffic-free and designed for walkers, runners and cyclists. How do we manage the trail? It's managed by Merthyr Tydfil County Borough Council, and it is the rights of way departments that look after that particular area of Merthyr. So the staff in Merthyr Council audit the trail, and it's maintained by our Parks and Grounds Maintenance team. Resources for keeping the trail maintained are rather limited. So who's involved? Our project advisory group, we've called it our Trails Group, supports the development of our community trail plan. And you can see here how many organisations are connected to our project advisory group. So we have businesses, attractions, our tourism partnership group, our overall strategic management group, ramblers, community organisations, our local access forum, which advises on rights of way issues, Active Merthyr, which is a group that makes it amenable for people to use the trail, getting for well-being and so on. A biodiversity partnership, which helps advise on those type of ecological issues, and Welsh Water, who is another stakeholder in the area. So what we have learnt so far is that it is a varied trail. There are many users who use it. And during the pandemic, we found that from our dashboard information, people were using our trail much more than usual. So it's a real important trail, a green and leisure corridor for the local community. Our stakeholder surveys told us that there were 4 elements that people were interested in looking at further. Infrastructure and signage on the trail, investigating and connecting networks to our businesses and attractions, and that links to our B2C initiative, the community development and involvement on the trail. We wanted to see more events and volunteer engagement, and more marketing and promotion of the trail, both to residents and visitors. We undertook a SWOT analysis of the trail. Some of the strengths there are that we have good links with key organisations, and it is very much an escape for people in Merthyr Tydfil. People can get out for health and well-being benefits. Some of the weaknesses, we do have challenges presented by the needs of multi-users on the trail. Accessibility in some areas could be improved, and we need to increase our public participation and getting people to own the trail and get involved in litter picking exercises, for instance. Opportunities on the trail are to develop more volunteer projects using our volunteers and our ambassador program, putting more events and activities program onto the trail, and developing more online visitor packages so that could incorporate the trail within an itinerary of a day out for visitors. Some of the threats are very much the same as many other partners have mentioned. We have issues with antisocial behaviour, off-road users, vandalism, fly tipping, littering, and we need to really work as an area to address those issues. We have undertaken a SWOT analysis for our environmental considerations, which are slightly different. So, for instance, the opportunities there are that any volunteer projects that we develop could be more formalised around biodiversity education and working with partners to undertake biodiversity audits on the trail. So we have some key actions linking our environmental management practices here, which include dealing with invasive species, maintaining the trail, and communicating about biodiversity in an appropriate manner. So what are we going to do in the future? As a part of the Trailgazers project in Merthyr, we have already undertaken audits, we have installed footfall monitors, we have undertaken events such as a Love Your Trail family programme, and investigated how more can be made of linking our attractions and our businesses to the trail. You may have just seen we have a Taff Trail leaflet, and we have undertaken many marketing activities locally and regionally. So our aspirations for the next 3 to 5 years are built around our key development options for our trail. So we need to develop a maintenance strategy, building on the localised maintenance that we undertake. We need to install and audit more improved signage to and from the trail into our villages. We need to look at resources, increasing staff resources to make sure that we can inspect the trail and undertake more maintenance on it and get the people involved from our communities. And we need to identify further access issues and address those issues, which we are working on at the moment. Building partnerships is very important. So we need to work with our external partners and partners across the Trailgazers partnership to learn from them and develop more promotional trail campaigns linking to businesses and attractions. Avenues for the future delivery of the plan, post-trail GRAZERS, we are looking at localised and national funds which can help with various capital infrastructure and funding opportunities. We also have core budgets which can be used as match funding into those funds if required. Getting involved, we can contact us through our rights of way and active Merthyr contacts. We also have an interactive map which you can look and discover further many of the facilities and attractions on and near the trail. We've put a bit of a link here so you can see a static map, and the trail runs on in red right the way down through there. Our gallery here shows some of the points of interest you may see. So thank you for giving us the time today, and we hope to see you again in Merthyr soon.
Thank you, Joan. That was amazing. Bueno, yo creo que ahora igual dejamos.
Okay, now we're going to give us 2 minutes to stretch our legs, and in 2 minutes we'll start again, okay? If you have any questions with the community parade plans, you can do that now. Any questions, comments? We have Yosu, Chimeno. Good afternoon. I have heard quite a bit about vandalism. Could you tell us a little bit of the effect of vandalism on the roads, and what kind of vandalism? And second is, how do you carry out the maintenance of the trails, and how do you fund them? I mean, I've heard about volunteers, but I hadn't heard about who was paying for that. Did she hear me? Did you hear me? She didn't hear me. One of the main the people who go there, they break the signs because they haven't been properly, the signage is not adequate. Maintenance of the, maintaining the trail is something that is done by the government of Canarias because it's a national park that is managed by the regional government. We're not using volunteers or external funds. I also wanted to say that those people like to leave their mark, and they write on all the anything structure they find. People want to leave their identity there, and they also break things. Some are covered with a piece of glass, and that's quite expensive. And although the sign continues pointing to the place, it looks really ugly, and it's a shame because it costs a lot of money to take the signs all the way up there. We have to use some cement because we have to take all this material in a helicopter or in a special cart. Sometimes we even have to actually carry them on our shoulders.
Kind of vandalism you find at your trails? Any example of it? Joan, can you hear me? Joana? Hello. Bueno, si no es Joana, ¿algún otro socio que quiera también colaborar para responder a Josu?
Else would like to? In the case of Plazaola, vandalism affects signage. I think that's what we've seen. But we have the this is funded by the municipalities of each municipality through which the trail goes. But there are some tunnels that if they cave in, then it might cost €1 million to fix them, and that's something that cannot be afforded.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Oh, thank you. In relation to vandalism, we have to look after it from the local council. So we get the police involved, but anything that needs to be fixed needs to come out of our central core budgets.
Vale. ¿Alguna otra intervención? Wait, Catherine.
In terms of our own trail in Donegal, luckily we have very little vandalism. Why? Possibly a range of reasons. Our trail usership is really high. We have around upwards of 200,000 users use the trail per annum. It makes it very difficult to do damage when there's a lot of people there. That's a deterrent. So you have this passive surveillance that comes with a very busy trail. Also, the people that use the trail are very local and they care dearly about it and they care about the wildlife, and if they seen anybody doing anything, I don't know what might happen. So those are also education is another really important aspect. Educating people, trying to get them to pick up after their dogs, all of that. And I suppose the education programs that we've ran through the project has maybe strengthened that further, where we're getting, through the schools especially, where you're getting young people to understand the value of the trails and the value of taking care of them. And through some of the Trail Ambassador programs, getting kids down to the site and talking to them about issues like that would have helped us to try and tackle any issues like that we would have on the site. But luckily, we're not too bad in Donegal on that. In terms of, you asked a question about funding as well. Maintenance on the trail is funded by the National Parks and Wildlife Service in collaboration with Donegal County Council. There would be some pilot initiatives where volunteers would get involved, but generally speaking, the most of the maintenance is done by the local authority and by the National Park. I hope that answers the question.
Sí, Josu, conforme. Vale, ¿alguna otra pregunta?
Any other question? Okay, so a couple of minutes to stretch our legs, and then we'll continue. Okay.
Hola. Sí, ¿no? ¿Se me escucha, verdad? ¿Sí? Vale. Bueno, pues nada, empezamos ya con la...
Okay, we'll start with the final part of the session. Javier from Nasubinsa will present the trail model, the geographical information systems for the maintenance of trails, and then we'll give the floor to our colleagues. First of all, I'd like to thank in the whole Atlantic Area Interreg team who's paid for the interpreters, because when I came here, I thought I'd have to speak in English. So I'd like to thank Interreg for that. I love you. And it's better for me and better also for all the English speakers who don't have to listen to my terrible English. So the trail model emerged when we were looking at the project, and there's a lot of geographical information, and we said, well, why don't we group it all together? So this all emerged from trailblazers. It's 100% trailblazers. So what happens? Trailblazers grew into this seven-handed monster, and so this model also grew. And in the end, so what's the trail model? What the user sees is a website with different sections, but behind that there are a lot of components. There are a lot of layers, a lot of views of those layers, maps that look at the views, applications that draw from the maps. There are a lot of components. From Aegis, we work with that technology, and so we have those elements. They're available for depending on the user. This is the application where we've focused the most on, which is the manager, for the manager. So it's for a type of user who's a manager of Plazaola. So the first part is the profile. It's editing application so that the manager, or whoever they delegate to, can edit all the information layers that we've been detected and are of interest. The thing is, we've detected 33 layers, and each one of them has a lot of information. For example, accommodation, we have more than 100 fields. So it's growing all the time. This is an editing application which allows you to add or edit elements, and then you enter the data which are grouped like a form by categories. So those 100 fields are in a particular order. So this is the profile editing application with all the layers of interest for both the manager and the user. As for maintenance, what we've developed, you can see it has 3 parts: incidents, warnings, and the incidences part is where the user notifies the manager that there's a problem on the trail. For Plazaola, well, Plazaola decided to work with volunteers, so we carried out a survey for those volunteers who regularly use their section of the trail and communicate the incidences that they see. And then we keep them informed, and it's the same application that it's also in the manager's part. So we keep the volunteer informed and also motivated, and of course the managers, so that they can know what's happening. So first we have a results dashboard with the incidences, the ones that are pending, where they've happened, and what phase they're in. Now, here we have the latest incidences. The last was notified on 13th of September with some holes. Then here we have access to that survey which I mentioned, which the users can see. Here we have access to the data and then a short manual for the manager. Well, I clicked on the incidents here, so it led to the map, which is where that incident took place. So this part is for the manager, so they can receive that instance. They receive an email, they come here, and they can see it in the list. They click on it, and here it takes them here. You have to select it, and then they can edit whether they accept it or not, whether they're addressing it or not, to then inform the volunteer so that they know that there's something being done about it. In the warnings part, it's the other way around. It's the manager who informs the user of the trail about the problems there may be. So, well, this is based on a model that Gustavo uses on their website, which when you go into the Plazola's website, you can see this application, and it gives warnings. They have this first application that the user sees, and here is where you can edit. You can say, well, here there's a new problems. It would be uploaded to the website or whatever. And in the maintenance part, it's a shame, but we haven't been able to fully develop it. It's very interesting, all the maintenance carried out on a trail, and to be able to show a dashboard. We love dashboards. We understand their value, and as he said, these complex data, it's much simpler to understand them like this. To have a summary of all the maintenance. These are the old data. This is what we'd like to develop, and here we would have the application, the editing application for that maintenance. We've identified a series of layers that we can work on, which would be the layers, not incidences, but, well, I can't remember the name. Well, there's a layer, let's call them incidences, and then we have the tables of those responsible, who's in charge of the companies that could take care of it, to set up a maintenance system. Because we think it's interesting in order to show results and to get funding, for example, or whatever. As surveys, this is also 100% trail gazers. You've been informed that there's been user surveys, businesses, stakeholders, and residents. So here it'd be the same. You access the survey. Which is here, where you can see it. It's similar to others. Here you can access the data or the results dashboard. The layout is the same in the three types of survey. Here we can see in the survey, we've had 2,059 surveys. Of these, there were 486 users, groups, these, and here this is designed so we can compare trails. Well, You've seen examples. A very good one was from the Canary Islands. Well, these are each one of the parts, and for example, this is all the aggregated data, but you can filter it by season. You can see that in winter we cut out these services, only these partners did it, this and that. And going back to all of them, now we can go to expenditure. This would be expenditure per person per group or per single person. These are the seasons, and we can see the differences between trails. Or here we can see, depending on the type of expenditure, well, Taburiente, for example. Well, as they've said, the users who come in groups spend, well, this is a percentage of the expenditure. Well, this percentage, which is more or less 80 or 70, would be on accommodation. They spend 20 euros on food and 3 on food and drink, 5 on transport. But however, the single user, as they explained, as they detected, it's mostly local. They spend €1 on transport and €1 on food and drink on average. Well, we have this for each one of the questions, and this would be the same for all of them. The good thing about these online applications is that they're designed so you can upload the data and everything gets updated automatically. As for the management part, we would have sensors. Here we have access to the CAL sensors and the ones by our manufacturers. And as for KPIs, we've tried to upload data that Mercy detected in the methodology, which could be interested, which are 8 standards and 2 volunteers. Here you can download the report. So if you go in here, for example, the idea that there's a follow-up for each one of them. This would be the standard type where they're coming from. This is a user survey. So for us, it's easy as we... Well, here we have the data per season, per year, and so on. The return on investment. Here we hope to learn about how it's done, because once we have the 3 types of surveys, which are the source, and we'd see if there's more, well, this would allow us to make an initial calculation without the statistics that the professionals might use, but to have initial data. And here we have access to the articles. And as for the assets and constraints section, as it was developed at the end of the project, here I have what we're trying to do. And I'd like to apologize to Catherine, because the thing is that when they entered their assets and constraints points, that's what we got. So this can't be represented on a map. We have to create an application. We didn't have time to do it. Representing this requires, well, it's a new learning for trail gazers. We need a new application to collect these data and show them in a way that's understandable. And a map isn't enough. We need something else. But we didn't have time. So my apologies. And in the future, well, it's more of the same, an editing map, so the managers can lay out those plans and view them on a map. But again, for sure we'll need an application. Just a map isn't enough to make it clear. So we have these parts that we've been detecting for the manager, and then we thought about the user, but the thing about the user is that we didn't have time to develop it. But we have been able to work with ways of viewing this. We saw that we can do it in 3D. So if I go here, we're in Lecumberri. These are the old Plazaola stations. If I go to Lecumberri here, the 3D map has been updated. Don't ask me why the 2D map hasn't been updated. Okay, it's already there. So if I click on the station, we have information, and we can have access to Xavier's website, which is amazing. All the information we have here on Plazaola, it's incredible. If you want to know about Plazaola, that would be the place to go. This would be a 3D view. As you can see, it's very fluid. You can rotate it, go here and there. We can load all the layers we want. Another possible visualization would be the lists. They allow you to, as we didn't have individual photos, they all have the same one, but you can have a list with the data you want to have here, and you can move around. If you zoom in, the list gets filtered. If you zoom out, you can see all the elements. And it also allows consultations on, for instance, accommodation. And well, I want to look at camping sites, or here I can go into the Aralar camping, or maybe I want to look at other trails. I want to see a layer on other trails to attract users to stay more time walking around the area. It's good for that. So we can have filters here. We can say whether it's circular or not, whether it's the difficulty. So you can zoom in and it takes you. And we can load the profile. It shows you the profile, so you can view it there. These are forms of visualization that we've researched. So we can think of have these parts: trail, discover, practical info. But we haven't been able to develop them, but it would be good in discover. We could have highlights. There'd be lists of each one of the types. For instance, we could have arts and culture, all the points of interest. We have lists. Then there could be a story map. In our case, it would be the history of Plazaola. Each trail could have its own. And here, in a list, we could have other trails that could be attractive. And then practical information, the typical things, how to get to the trail, then have trail care packs. Also, lists of services, not points of interest, but a list of things such as accommodation, restaurants, and so on. Then the warnings map, it would be good for the user. Then the tracks for downloading, and then we're wondering whether it'd be interesting or not. This would be the decision of the manager, whether we could upload the surveys so we could have data for those good people who fill them in. They're quite long. And then incidences could also be uploaded for the public. So this is what we've been working on.
Vale, pues perfecto. Y ahora Goda.
Thank you very much. And now it's going to explain the multiplier effect. Voy a ser muy rápida. Vamos a seguir con el proyecto, pues esto es más científico, una explicación metodológica más científica. ¿Me pueden oír?
And I'm so proud to present it. This is about the multiplier, economic impact. As many other partners already presented, many numbers, expenditures, so this presentation is about the multiplier, and the multiplier is a numeric value, and it's more important to know the multiplier rather than economic impact, because multiplier gives us a long-term perspective for what's going on with our expenditures. It's not. Yes, we calculated multiplier along all partner study cases, excluding Martha, I guess. Six project partners, very great data sets. Okay, a bit introduction from how we develop it in scientific publications. As you know, recreational trail as a part of nature-based tourism has been recently increasing a lot, and especially you probably noticed that after and during the pandemic times, people were coming back to nature again. So of course, local municipalities invested money, and nobody until today know how our investments contribute to the local economic development. We know that people spend money, but what's the exact numbers and what's the indication? Yeah, we have increases in trail visitor expenses, higher demand, and we have also in literature, we define trails in the 5 main categories. We have backcountry trails, recreational greenways, as is Plazaola. Multiple use trails could be also Plazaola, rail trails, and we have also water trails. They all attract different visitor profiles. Of course, they spend different amounts of money, and probably we can assume that they all generate different economic impact, but how the money within the local area circulate, we don't know. So we have to know that through the income multiplier. Therefore, we apply this in all study cases. We also applied the scientific formula developed by economists. I'm not going to explain you, but just shortly saying this method incorporates 3 data sets. The data comes from trail visitors, local business operators, and residents. 5 main study cases were involved. The data was collected 1 year in order to have all 4 seasons, because some trail areas, they have a big biased expenses. For example, massively visited trail in summer could be less visited in winter, and we have to have a balanced numbers. As you see, the populations of residents is also significantly varying. For example, we have from 1,800 up to almost 10,000 resident visitors, which also later influenced the magnitude of the multiplier. Also, sensors with the help of Ulster University were installed, which allowed us to know the total visitor population. Why we have to know the visitor population? So that we know how much samples we have to collect from visitors and scientifically prove that our results are valuable. As I said, three surveys have been conducted separately on different days. applying different sample sizes and different approaches. For example, trail visitors were interviewed face-to-face, while local residents have been interviewed either face-to-face or through phones or just even sending the email. The most difficult were the business survey, of course, because they are not willing to share the information related with expenses and revenue generated. But we managed. These are the sample sizes that trail partners collected. They are all scientifically justified, and the numbers are varying because the visitation, the number of visitors varies as well, and also because their expenses are different. So according to the formulas that we applied, these are the right sample sizes. In terms of trail visitor expenditure, I'm not going to comment it. Most of the trail partners already discussed. But just to highlight that the first two categories where people mainly spend money is food and drinks, accommodation, and transportation, obviously. The rest associated with local products, guided tours, or rental depends on how much trail is developed. Where is the trail? For example, if it's 7 hanging valleys, it could be water-based activities more popular rather than cycling, or opposite, you know. And these are the main results. As you see, the multiplier with the stage of development gradually increases. So we made a conclusion that the more the more trail is developed, the more income it generates. For example, taking the number 0.39 in Sligo County, the trail has been moderately developed. Actually, it's low development class. The number of 30039 means that each euro spent by trail visitor, only 39 cents remain in a local area. The rest of 61 is leaking out, leaking somewhere else, because probably trail visitors were spending money abroad the study area. The local residents are not living around the trail. It means there is no development, there is no employment, there is no businesses which could consume that money later. Meanwhile, the Inch Trail has very high income multiplier. Again, multiplier can be replicated every year, every even month. So it's not indication that you can always remain on for the rest of 5 years, you know, because the economy is growing and there are many factors. But for Inch, it's 80% of expenditures remains in the local area. Why? Because you have local residents mainly visiting the trail first. Second, you have some businesses around, and I think these are the conclusions just for the Inch. Yes, local business establishments such as equipment rents, local products, and also because most of the visitors are not leaving the area. So it's a good indication. I mean, you can still continue developing. Meanwhile, for the Sligo or Plazola trails, very low multiplier values happens because there is no high employment in the trail. There is no businesses developed around, and thus the money that the visitors spend, usually they are not remaining in the area because the residents and the businesses are not consuming the expenses. For the 7 hanging valleys, one of the main managerial implications now is like it's necessary for us to monitor and limit trail carrying capacity, but also to establish some essential services like restrooms, accommodations. We have to link already existing tourism sectors like mainly hotels with trail-related activities, and that's to improve our economic generation through trail. For the La Caldera, I think it's important to invest in the trails marketing and promotion since it's not a massively visited trail. Actually, I've been there personally, and even though the multiplier is high, but in order to develop more, to have a higher economic impact, they need more visitors. So the number of visitors also stimulates the impact. And I mean, it's good to develop the trail with high multiplier because you know that your development is successful. So if you develop the trail in a remote area like Sligo, with no residents and no community around, which can't significantly benefit, there's no point because most of your money leaks out in other municipalities or even countries. So the business development around the trail also is important which business you develop. Either you are importing products or not. Either you are mainly based on the local resources and local even employment or not. Because the more you import, the more you leak. This is the economic principle. Right, so for the inch as well, it's important to control trails carrying capacity, limit the number of visitors. That's it, I guess. I cannot. It's not working again. Okay. If you want to find our papers published with detailed methodologies and results, you can find it on our GRAZERS website. Thank you.
Thank you. Nada, dejamos paso.
Well, now we'll give the floor to Mary McBride on behalf of Living the Desert, who couldn't be here today. She'll briefly present the work they've made, capitalizing on the work they've carried out on awareness raising.
So, as Maria would have said, it was Living the Desert, our work package lead on capitalisation. And I think from looking at the presentations today, capitalisation is of extreme importance to this project and for all projects associated with the Trailgazers hereafter. In terms of capitalisation, what is it? Capitalisation on existing investment and the identified 8 trails to understanding its impact on stimulating employment and growth and how to increase this multiplier by engaging with SMEs, tourism providers and services, artisan companies, education and education providers, etc. So under this work package there was very clear defined actions. And we look more at those actions tomorrow in terms of our capitalisation. But as part of our capitalisation, we would have developed trail care packs. And what the trail care packs were was that they identified common themes. So we would have looked at areas like enjoying nature responsibly, hiking safely, mental wellness and hiking. One of the questions earlier was about, the vandalism on the sites or on the trails, and that was one of the key elements that we wanted coming out of the Trailgazers project again, was that whole educational element of it. And I'll show you the trail care pack that we developed, and it's about educating people. And as Catherine has alluded to as well, part of the Community Trail Ambassador programme with us in Donegal and across all of the partners was very much about engaging local communities, and in particular in schools. We strongly believe that if you can get kids on board, they bring a lot of people with them, because generally a lot of these trails are visited by families, and kids can be very enthusiastic, and it's of massive benefit if you can get that educational basis in those early infancy years. They will reap the benefits in years to come. In terms of other personalised themes which some of the partners would have taken on board, we would have had trail care packs on lost stories, which looked at legends and heritage, flora and fauna, and the trail workout. For ourselves in Donegal, as Catherine has identified as well, the site is a wildfowl premier reserve. So that site is very much of interest to different key audiences. And one of those is obviously people that are highly interested in the birds. So we felt it was very important for Donegal's perspective to focus in on that. And also the other trail partners would have again identified themes within their areas and zoned in on those as well and developed that through their trail care packs. In terms of developing the trail care packs, our partner in Louvain would have identified and developed a template. So this template was presented to all of the partners, and then everybody took on board the responsibility of completing those templates. And again, that was more based on the personalised themes. So here's an example of the Hiking Safely trail care pack. So again, this is a leaflet that looked and offered a leaflet with tips and advices for hiking safely, such as organising your itinerary according to one's ability, check the weather, the right equipment and having water. Again, they're very simple messages, but I do think when they're in written format, they're highly informative and they're instilled in people's memories as well. The next one would have been mental wellness and hiking. Again, this is a leaflet that looked at the benefits of hiking and those outdoor recreational facilities in persons' health and well-being. We spoke earlier about the whole impact of COVID and how we all became very aware of how important the great outdoors was to us. And I think, you know, this is key elements that we also drew into our Community Trail Ambassador programme, and the little video that Mary would have shown you from Donegal, from the Inch Trail, where we had an athlete who, you know, very clearly and eloquently set out how important it was to him, and also looking at somebody that had a mental health issue and the benefit that it has had for somebody like that. And the HSE, which would be our state authority in terms of health service, they were with us today online. So it's just showing you how important these events, and particularly us through the Community Trail Ambassador programme, but again, developing the trail care packs. They're not just a document that you stick in the drawer, they have an impact. Another one was the Lost Stories, Legends and Heritage. Again, this was personalised, so some of the partners would have developed these, you know, based on what was the stories and the legends identified and associated with their particular sites. And again, it links very much back to the app which was developed by UALG, which Mauro presented to you earlier. You know, we have the audio through the app and also the visual through the trail care pack. And as I had said, the flora and fauna was one that we would have identified in Donegal, and it was on the basis of the importance of our trail in terms of flora and fauna. And then your trail workout, again, drawing on that whole area of mental health and well-being and the benefits that working out in the outdoor can have. So overall, we developed 58 fact sheets created among the partnership. They have been developed in 6 languages. To date, 950 templates have been uploaded from the partners' websites, and they have been disseminated. All right. They've been widely disseminated among the partnership. And again, it's about identifying who our key audiences are. We have identified it as schools, hiking clubs and families, but that doesn't even tip the iceberg of where we can go with these trail care packs and the benefit that they can have. We also then looked at podcasts, and across the partnership, podcasts had been developed. Again, we wanted to look at promoting the benefits in terms of economic, environmental and health from walking and cycling routes with high-resolution themed videos. In total, again, we identified 5 themes, which looked at realising and promoting the strength and benefits of activities linked to the trails. The themes looked at areas such as health, physical benefits of the outdoors activities, and that was one of the videos which Mary presented to you earlier through the trail in Donegal. We looked at the green prescription, hiking safely, trails as our legacy for future development, and also hiking and experience for families. Okay, I'm just going to show you now on screen 2 of the trail care packs which we have developed. Can I? This one. Bring it up? Okay. So this is La Caldera de Turbiante, and we're looking at the flora and fauna. Again, I suppose when everybody reflects back on the presentations which Maria and Christina did today, you will see from our visual interpretation of that landscape the flora and fauna that is available there. So when you have a little look at this, the Trail Care Pack looked at setting out a map, so it clearly identifies on the left, first of all, the partnership, so all of the partners that have been involved in the Trail GRAZERS project. We then, on the right-hand side, we have a map of the trail itself, and I won't start trying to translate, but a lovely evaluation of what is on offer on the trail. So again, I think, you know, a picture paints 1,000 stories. Looking at that, it gives information visually, and it has an impact. And it's nice for people when they're on the trail to have the opportunity to identify the various flora and fauna. Again, as I had stated earlier, it's something that we feel is very important in schools. And if you take a trail care pack with you and you have kids or young adults, they'll be looking for the various pieces of information that is identified on the trail care pack. Okay, I can get the next one, Maria. Oh yeah. Right next to that one. Okay. Yeah. And then finally, enjoy nature responsibly. And again, this is going back to what the question that was raised in the audience earlier, and how we as a partnership have dealt with that across all of our trails. It's looking at enjoying nature responsibly. The Leave No Trace campaign is the campaign that would be very prominent in Ireland, but we wanted to put our Trail GRAZERS stamp on it. So that's why we have identified as enjoying nature responsibly. So again, it's about, you know, it's very simple, effective information. Follow your path, protect the local biodiversity, take your waste home, respect the protected areas, do not start a fire, consider visitors and wildlife, and share your path. So again, unfortunately, our partner from Levine de Dessert wasn't able to be here today. And I apologise, but this was just a last-minute pick-up of presentation for me. So I hope that it has given you somewhat of an understanding of what we have achieved through the capitalisation in terms of our trail care packs and our podcasts. Thank you.
Muy bien, gracias, Mary.
Thank you, Mary. You did it really well. I'm sure that Louine is really happy with that. Catherine?
Slides. You want that one?
That's mine. You're not.
There.
I'm conscious that we've come to the last item on our agenda for today, and I've been warned on several fronts, so I won't delay with my presentation. Just want to really highlight, I suppose, the environmental proofing aspect of the project. And I suppose from looking at all of the material from today, all of the visuals, the beautiful videos, promotional materials and so on, none of us can be in any doubt as regards the rich environmental biodiversity and the rich natural heritage that each and every one of our trails have. In terms of the Atlantic Area Programme, under which the Trail GRAZERS project was funded, the project came under Programme Priority 4, which was specifically about enhancing biodiversity and the natural and cultural assets. In terms of the project specific objective, it was around enhancing natural and cultural assets to stimulate economic development in our remote rural communities. So that led us really to ensure that environmental proofing and protecting and promoting and managing our delicate environments was very much a cross-cutting theme right across all of the work packages. In doing so, we developed specific tools, and a lot of them have been spoken about today, so I won't spend too much time on them. We spoke earlier about the environmental sensitivity mapping and how useful that can be when it's overlaid with our sensor data, how we can really understand pressures in certain areas, particularly where you've got really, really sensitive birds and various species. What that allows us to do is to really manage users, manage events on the site, manage works, future projects, etc. Again, the environmental monitoring tool helps us do that by really highlighting where the most used parts of our sites are. It allows us to put thresholds onto the sensor data so that we can get notifications around violations when we've reached certain numbers at certain locations at certain times of the year. And a lot of that is really useful in terms of ensuring that we're protecting the site and we're managing it appropriately. The Lost Trail Stories that were presented by Mauro today, the app that was developed by the University of the Algarve, again, it tells a story throughout many of the trails about the heritage and about the biodiversity. And what that does is that educates users, it educates people about the environment. And when people are educated and appreciate the environment, that's when they will protect it. Mary just talked about the trail care pack, so I won't go into them. Just the enjoying nature responsibly and the flora and fauna themes, again, working with the schools adds to that education. So all the time you're saying it again and again about the environment, and it'll go in. You know, eventually people will learn to appreciate, and rather than damaging, they will be protecting the sites that we value so much. The environmental workshops, this was designed by the University of Algarve. They set out the format for our environmental workshops, and really the overall objective of those was to understand the conservation objectives around each of our trail sites, to understand what was most important, and to talk to local communities, the National Parks and Wildlife, local conservation representatives about how they could maintain those objectives, how we could implement the actions that we wanted to implement, but at the same time protect the delicate environment. Each and every action that was put forward through the project was environmentally proofed. To ensure that, just a couple of examples before I go about impacts from that proofing. Again, we had a trail maintenance schedule that we devised for Inch Wildfowl Reserve Trail, and what that did was it went into the specifics about how we actually carry out works. We made changes and tweaks to the maintenance strategy around things like using hand tools at certain times of the year, not bringing in diggers or machinery at certain times of the year, just to minimise environmental disturbance and so on. This was This is one of our heritage installations that we're developing through the project. This is at Inch Wildfowl Reserve at the footbridge. There's an old train station there, but there's absolutely no evidence of it in the landscape. So just to try and bring up the heritage and try and tell the story of the railway heritage and the industrial heritage around the site, we're installing it's a semaphore signal post. It's an old railway. It's old railway infrastructure, and we're placing it where it would have been. So it's reinstating it in the landscape. To do that, we had to carry out an appropriate assessment. We did that in conjunction with Donegal County Council Planning Department, the National Parks and Wildlife. And again, it's just an example of how we made sure anything that we do has either a neutral or a positive impact on the environment. The trail destination hub that we're proposing in the village just outside or nearby the Inch Trail. What that does is it ensures that we don't have the commercial development where the pressure's coming from. There's huge demand now for teas, coffees, ice cream, glamping, accommodation, all of these services at our trail. But we don't want to put it down at the reserve. We want to we want to transform. We want to reimagine our villages, and we want them to be the service providers for users. So again, it's environmental protection and it's maximising returns for local communities. I just want to say thank you very much for your time, and if you have any questions, please.
Vale, bueno, pues hemos remontado porque íbamos con un poco de retraso, pero bueno, ya hemos acabado más o menos a la hora. Entonces, sí que queríamos dejar unos minutos para que hagáis las preguntas que, bueno, pues que os puedan interesar de esta última parte. Y lo que no sé es que igual tiene interés que subáis Goda y Javier, que habéis sido los últimos en presentar junto con ellas, por si las preguntas van hacia vosotros. Goda, there might be some questions for the last part, so if you could go there and, bueno, pues quien quiera comentar o quien tenga alguna duda.
If anybody wants to make a comment or if you have any doubts. Hello. My question is for Javier, because what we have developed in terms of incidents, I wanted to know the incidents they're volunteers. Now, in the case of Plazaola, we're talking about volunteers. But under no cases, it's not, no, not in the, we could do it with the public if we wanted to. Because we have, we're developing a risk methodology in the Canary Islands, and we have that question. The manager wants to know what happens on the trail when there's a broken sign, when there's a problem with a step or with a railing, but we want to do it privately with the manager. We only want the manager to see it, so that you won't see it, that there's damage on the trail. Yeah, there's no problem with that. And the application, the results application is only seen by volunteers. And the manager, the volunteers and the manager, of course. You can just do the survey part and that's it. For those people who for only that part. The thing is that what we wanted to do was maintain the volunteers, keep the volunteers up to date. Yeah, but the volunteers are helping the manager, but not the public in wider audience, not the public in general. If we wanted to, we could. Yeah, thank you. And congratulations for your presentation and the final results. Good afternoon. I feel fully identified with Javi, what he said about the language. I am really grateful the contribution in the project so that we could have interpreters, and also the support that we have had from the Laraun Town Council, which to have these facilities. And I also wanted to thank, more than questions, I wanted to maybe make a few comments. I want to thank Ana Subinsa and the project for having chosen Plataola as a beneficiary of this project, of the different actions that have been carried out over the last few years. These activities have some with greater detail, some with lesser detail. Very interesting about what we just said about the volunteers. We are working with volunteers. We're not open, we don't dare to open it to the public, to have an application that's open to the public with a lot of incidents. It's very difficult to manage, but this is certainly an additional part of sustainability and capturing volunteers, and this has been for we had some heritage days, and we have had different activities, and we're really extremely grateful to people like Javi or Maria, who have been with us from Nasovinsa, and also local entities such as the government of Navarre, tourism, and other sector departments who have participated. I also want to thank our colleagues. We will try to, in English, Basque, Spanish, or any language, we will help you. We're going to have another session in the seat of the consortium. Another thought about today, I really like the idea of the ambassadors, this including health, particularly mental health, particularly with this pandemic that we've had, where we have had a greater notice. We still have to work quite a bit, the HIS, but we want to get it working. It allows us to model, work, and manage the trail. And I also hope that this will be quite practical in the near future. Very interesting, the whole idea about the volunteers. I like the idea of the ambassadors. I don't know if it's the local, if the local population or not. For us, volunteers are really essential. We have identified it already because it existed already, because it's local people who weekly or daily they walk along or do sports along the trail, and every once in a while they send us a WhatsApp message. We had a relationship before, but for us it is key, as Javier talked this week. The ordinary maintenance of the trail is done with the local authorities. The consortium is like an intermediary. Very often we get these notifications, these notices, and then we send them to the local administration. As Javier said this morning, when it's something structural, I mean, if you have, for example, the tunnel collapsing or sometimes a slope, and Friday you might see what the condition of some of the conditions of some parts of the trail after the heavy rainfall that we had in last fall. Then, of course, we have to talk to the government of Navarre because we need a more structural repairs. But those people are key. Those people who have always, as volunteers, given us But with these tools, we can monitor it. We can have the tools, and we've got approximately 30 people. They have signed a piece of paper. We have a commitment with them. and I'm not if I'm expressing it properly, because we have to have photographs, we have to do people, and we're cooperating in a project with them. And for us, of course, this is a key issue. We also have other things. I have all these different things in my head, but I'm available to you, and we are all with my colleagues for any. So thank you very much, all of you.
Hi, good afternoon. My question is to Goda in relation to the multiplier effect. The opportunity that it presents with the information and the number that has been provided creates an opportunity for us in Sligo to develop. The challenge, and this is my question, is you mentioned that there is capacity to change the number based on superior information as it becomes available or as it is captured. Is it accessible for us as project partners at a future date to do the recalculation? Is that complex? Is it available to us as individuals to achieve that?
It is. Hello? Hello? Hello, yeah. You can recalculate it easily, but you have to keep in mind that you have to update residents and local business data. Not every year, but at least a couple of years, considering that, the inflation rates and everything, because we're talking about economics. So if you want to replicate it the same year or let's say next year, you can only collect new trail visitor expenditures, and you can still use the same residents and business. But I would suggest to, every couple of years to update the trail visitors data has to be always updated, because otherwise you will never improve in a multiplier. But the residents and business you can still use. Multipliers are a very new topic in nature-based recreation, so not many studies has been done. It's hard to comment. We are basically fundamental ones being published. So what I would suggest, based on logic and what we understood so far, that it needs to be updated.
And is that available to the layperson Is that available to us as the non-technical people to undertake that piece of work, or will we need to engage?
No. There is these formulas that they are already inserted in the Excel files. You just have to update the data set. They automatically calculate for you. Easy.
Thanks. Vale, ¿alguna última pregunta?
Any last questions? No one?
And we leave it here.
Not working? Yeah. Okay. First of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Maria, Javi and Xavier, because, to be honest, they have worked exceptional over the last number of weeks in pulling this all together. Conferences are difficult to organise in person, but an online conference and an in-person conference combined is somewhat different. So I think they deserve a round of applause for the work that they've done. And also, as I had indicated earlier this morning in my presentation, the Trailgazers project has been shortlisted for a national award in Ireland. And again, Maria, it's on the basis of communications that we have been identified for this award. The ceremony is to take place in Ireland on the 24th of November, and I think we stand a very strong chance of succeeding and accomplishing and achieving this award. But if we don't achieve it, we've been shortlisted, and that in itself is a major achievement. And again, congratulations to everybody in the partnership, but also our communications team. I'd also like to thank the authorities here in Navarra. You know, I mean, like when we listen to all the presentations that were done today, but when we see the people behind the projects on the local area, it makes a difference. And seeing your interest and wanting to take on the work that we have done, because ultimately what we want to do is leave a legacy. No project should end at a closure event. It should only be the beginning, because the closure event is where you have all your key activities completed, but it's the outputs, it's all the indicators, it's all the achievements that have been made. And for the Trailgazers project, the toolkits that we have developed will be absolutely invaluable to everybody in this room, but also to other organisations and local communities. And ultimately, at the end of the day, what we want to do is preserve our natural, cultural and natural assets. They are the key to how we are all here in this room today. They bring us all together. They're common. They're our commonality. And, you know, no matter where we go, we always bring a piece of home with us. And you will, no matter where you are, you'll think of the trails, because that brings you back to home. That's your natural built and natural landscape. And that's where our hearts all lie. I'd also like to thank all of the partners who are here today and who travelled, but also those online. It's a difficult day to follow. We're all here and we're buzzing from being in each other's company, so it's not easy to spend the day online on a conference. So thank you again to all our online partners and everybody that joined in online in terms of the YouTube connection. We really appreciate your time and dedication today as well. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Maria.
Thank you very much, all of you. Muchísimas gracias a todos y todas por.
Thank you all for your work that you've done with your presentations. And now we'll end the session. And most of you, I think you're accommodated in the Ayestaran Hotel. We'll go there. We'll have about 2 hours free time before dinner. Those of you who aren't staying at that hotel, come and tell me so we can organize things. And tomorrow we have more to do.
Did you get it in English? No. Oh, okay. Okay.